All right, welcome back, everybody. We're kind of straggling in as we get through the week here. So Chuck, come on up, man. Fire away. Happy holidays to you and your crew.
Happy holidays. Happy Merry Christmas.
Right, Mr. Chairman, should I go ahead and start, or?
Please.
All right, good afternoon, Chairman Nicholas and Chairman Kinski. And thank you for this opportunity to discuss our supplemental budget request. With me today, I have Colin Crossman, the Director of our Business Division, to my far left, Carly Walter, our Fiscal Program Manager, to my immediate left, and Joe Rubino, our Policy Director, to my immediate right. I plan on providing a little bit of the background on our supplemental budget request and the need for this request. I'll then yield over to Ms. Walter and Mr. Crossman to supplement my remarks or answer any additional questions. As I'm sure you're aware, the Business Division of the Secretary of State's office has seen tremendous exponential growth in filings and revenue year over year. This growth continues. Wyoming is one of the leaders in the nation for business formation, really behind only Delaware. And as recently reported on, we are now #1 in the nation for new incorporations per capita. And while we have 70% of the business that Delaware receives in terms of active LLCs, and our state has become a leader in the nation of the number of new incorporations, we have less than 10% of the staff that Delaware has, with 11 full-time employees. We run a very lean and efficient operation. Therefore, our supplemental budget request is for 3 full-time employees to handle the immediate need to process business filings in our office in light of this unprecedented growth. With this rise in business filings continuing, we believe this request is absolutely necessary to maintain our 15-day statutory deadline for filings with our office and also to maintain service. I will note that with the amount of revenue our office brings in, we project this request would pay for itself in approximately 4 days. And I'm going to yield to Mr. Crossman to provide a little more background on our growth and projections for continued growth.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The filing growth year over year to give a background, fiscal year 24, which just ended, we had approximately 675,000 filings. That includes all types of business filings, although I leave UCC filings out of that. That is up from approximately 590,000 in fiscal 23, which is an approximately 14% increase. The corresponding increase in revenue for the business division, and this is leaving out the securities, compliance, and other divisions of the Secretary of State. In fiscal 24, we had about $50,427,000, which is up from $42,322,000 in fiscal 23, which is approximately a 19% increase. The growth is consistent with annual report filings. This is entities that have assets in Wyoming over and above just the filings of initials and amendments, showing a similar trend with $29,686,000 in fiscal 24, up from $24,720,000 in fiscal 23. Our emphasis on continuing to meet our statutory deadlines and maintain a reputation as a state that provides fast and friendly service to all of our customers.
Thank you. While our 2024 budget request included a request for an upgrade to our existing software system in order to allow for significant efficiencies in workflow, which had initially been forwarded by my predecessors, the legislature did not move forward with this request. In order to maintain levels of customer service, we have implemented extraordinary measures, such as, for example, we leverage technology where possible. We streamlined the name check process with a computer program, which saved about 1 FTE. We also have instituted cross-divisional help. There's devotion of significant time assisting with business filings from other divisions. And so there really is no more room in other divisions to be able to assist the business division. We have fully implemented cross-divisional help. However, paired with this continued growth, we're also seeing a rise in duties for our business division, which we welcome these changes. One, expedited filings bill. And we really want to do expedited filings, but we anticipate that is going to take about a half of an FTE. That is a bill that's proceeding through the process, and while our efforts to place the appropriation in there have always not borne fruition, and the argument has been, let's roll it through the budget, we support expedited filings, but we do note that it's going to take some staffing to address that. Also, increasing audits of commercial registered agents, which we have ramped up considerably during this administration. 3, emphasis on combating false and fraudulent filings and administrative dissolutions. And one of the things that we did when I entered office was we dusted off a statute that in our records hadn't been used very often, if at all, to allow the dissolution of entities when there is a fraudulent filing with our office. And we have used that to attack fraud in a coordinated and then also a very attenuated way. While growth continues to be expected, our office is faced with an immediate need for 3 FTEs to address this growth in the form of registrars to handle both simple and complex filings in our office. I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Ms. Walter to walk through the nuts and bolts of this request.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Carly Walter. I'm the Fiscal Program Manager for the Secretary of State's Office. If it's okay with you, I'm just going to...
Could you pull the mic just a little bit closer?
Sorry,
Thank you.
is that better?
There
Thank
you go, perfect.
I'm just going to move through the budget book, if that's okay with you. Thank you.
Please do.
If you turn to page 3 of the budget book, you'll see our total supplemental request of $322,600. This is a request for all 3 positions for 15 months to be effective immediately. This request includes salaries at MPP, benefits, and IT-related costs. Please note this figure does not include a request for additional office space, as we currently have the space to house the 3 new FTEs.
So Carly, this is for 15 months worth, right?
This is 15 months, that is
And then
correct.
Combined,
Yes.
what's the total biannualized number?
Could you repeat that,
Combined,
Mr.
what would be
Chairman?
the total biennialized number?
The total biennium would be about $509,000, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
If you turn to page 11 of the budget book, this will outline our priorities in the order that we saw them most fit. It was difficult for us to prioritize these positions because they're all greatly needed, but we did determine that our number 1 priority would be the BACA 08, or the Senior Consumer Affairs Specialist. The total request for this position is $115,000, or $115,837. This is one of our bottleneck areas, and granting this position would help tremendously with efficiency and accuracy within the business division. This position is responsible for complex filings, rejections, and is the level of contact for any questions or issues that the lower level positions may have. Our number 2 priority listed on page 11 is a request for a BAAS 07, or a Senior Office Support Specialist. This request is for $107,294 for 15 months, and this position is responsible for complex filings, UCCs, which have a 2-day turnaround. Our number 3 request on page 11 is for a BAAS 06. This is an office support specialist. The total for this position at 15 months is $99,469. This is an entry-level position responsible for the basic business filings. If we move to page 17, this will outline more in detail the position for the BACA 08. So this shows the salary, the benefits, and then all of the IT-related costs associated.
Mr. Chairman,
Please, Representative Larson.
could I ask you, just trying to get in my head, is when I see a consumer support specialist, and you all have given a good explanation of how the agency's grown, and can you just tell me, in my uneducated
Yeah.
need to know, what's this person going to do?
So I will turn that over to Mr. Crossman,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for you're asking about BACA 08, is that correct?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So that is the Senior Consumer Affairs Specialist. They are the senior level where that basically all of the problems get elevated to them. So they are capable of filing any document in our office, including the more complex things such as mergers and trademarks, and as well as handling rejection. So when a frontline staff member determines that a document is not fileable, they are able to reject it. However, it needs to be checked over by a senior to make sure that they have properly rejected it, one, but also found every avenue of rejection. We don't like to find a problem and stop and reject. We want to make sure that we've gotten every single problem that might be in that document and reject, so that when the person comes back to us, they have been able to fix everything, and we're not just rejecting, piecemeal one by one. So that person is effectively handling their own docket of documents, as well as supporting the elevation of, you can call it like level 3 tech support. So.
That was great, just trying to understand your day-to-day duties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crossman, I think I heard you say a 14% increase year over year. I've been through some of those kind of increases in my business. They're kind of hard to manage. What do you anticipate in the future? And I also think I heard, maybe as the secretary said, 70% of what Delaware is doing now. I think Delaware is probably the number one in this field. When do you guys anticipate passing them up? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So yes, I said 14% increase in filings. So that is filing is the physical document or the virtual document that we receive. It was a 19% increase in revenue. Those numbers are different because some documents, once a company is filed, if they are reporting revenue, they're going to be paying more. So that's why there's a difference there. But 14% year over year is basically, if you look at the rule of tens, it's 7% increase, you're doubling every 10 years, so we're doubling roughly every 5 years. Also, the numbers I gave with respect to Delaware were calendar year 23. It was reported recently that we have overtaken Delaware in new filings. That was a media report, but if that's the case, then according to that journalist, we have already overtaken them in new filings. I haven't seen their numbers, so I can't verify it. However, at that growth, I think that we could overtake them. If we haven't yet, we could overtake them imminently. And the reason, I think, is because of what Delaware has done in some of their judicial decisions. So people are moving out of Delaware. You're seeing people leaving Delaware, going to Wyoming, Texas, Tennessee, other more friendly jurisdictions. And so we are benefiting from that, as well as the fact that we have, we answer the phone. So.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you for that response, but what kind of staffing does Delaware have?
Mr. Chairman, Delaware has 119 staff in their business division compared to our 11.
It's pretty close.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to that, page 16, the BACA 08 Senior Consumer Affairs Specialist position. Is that a supervisory position? And if so, how many folks would be reporting to that position?
Mr. Chairman, they do have supervisory functions, but everyone directly reports to myself and the assistant director. So it's flat in that respect. They oversee in training, but it isn't a rigid model where one person oversees a specific set of direct. It's more fluid than that. Everyone at that level directly oversees pretty much everyone at the below level. So currently there are 2, and then we have 3 at the level immediately below that and 4 below that. So.
I'm sorry. Are you finished?
Yes.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay.
Representative Pendergraft behind.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin Pendergraft, House District 29. I listened to the opening remarks by Secretary Gray, and it piqued a couple of questions. And if I may ask them separately, I would like to do that. The first question concerns a statutory deadline. Obviously, if you have a statutory deadline, what is that deadline again? And you must then have a calendar or some sort of a clock mechanism. Where are you at? If you could get that one, and then I have a follow-up.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and take that. We have a 15-day statutory deadline, and we meet that. Even when we had our white powder incident, when we had to evacuate the Hirschler building, we hit day 14 that afternoon, but we made sure that we met our statutory deadline that following day.
So the answer is yes, they have a system. I think.
Follow up.
Go ahead, yeah.
I'm suspecting if there's some sort of a calendar, so you have an idea of where your backlog is. Could you describe where you are on that calendar at this point?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we have been oscillating the last few weeks between day 10 and day 12. Obviously, we're at the end of the year. There's an influx of filings, and with the Christmas holiday, obviously it's, and then the New Year's in the middle of the week. That holiday is a day, but the day before and the day after is not, so those are going to count. So, and then on the white powder incident, we hit day 14, but we are going to maintain our statutory deadline.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Do you have any follow-up? Go ahead.
One last question. You mentioned, Mr. Secretary, in your opening remarks about extraordinary measures, and that piques my interest. I think you've mentioned that you felt that you had been able to save 1 FTE by those. I'd like to hear a little bit more information about that. And also, I'm a big proponent of cross-training, and you mentioned cross-divisional effort. If you could elaborate on that a little bit, thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll maybe dust off the old legislator in me. You know, my first response on a lot of these sub-requests was, can it be absorbed in other areas? And I want to be clear that we have applied that in our agency. We have cross-divisional help, and we have really maxed that out. We've estimated that it's between 4 to 6 of the other FTEs. If you aggregated the percentage of time that each FTE was using to help with business filings in order to continue to meet our statutory deadline and continue to provide efficient service to the people, the citizens of Wyoming. And so we have instituted all those measures. I mean, in our tech division, we have one individual in our tech division that spends a significant amount of time on our business filings, and then our frontline folks over in the office do as well. So everybody learns how to do the business filings, and we have really maxed out our cross-divisional help, and there's really no buffer remaining. Now, I'll turn it over to Mr. Crossman to talk a little bit about the system that we did to handle name checks last year. This was a huge bottleneck in our office, and the system that was implemented probably is saving the state about 1 FTE a year, somewhere in that range. So, you know, you're talking about $100,000 a year, somewhere in that range that's being saved by this. So, Mr. Crossman, if you want to talk a little bit about how we're handling name checks and how that has made our office more efficient.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I started in April of '23, the name checks system, I guess going back, in the middle of the 2010s, the state adopted a system that allowed people to file their entities online and get an immediate certificate of organization, or formation certificate. However, that online formation is subject to a final name check, because the system did not implement, it implemented a little bit. So if you typed in the exact name of another entity that existed, you wouldn't be allowed to do it. But our naming requirements are a little bit broader than just an exact match. So the day after, the next business day, a staff member would print out all of the names that were filed in the day before and manually check to make sure. And when it started, this wasn't a big deal. It would only be 1, 2, 3 pages. But by the time I started in April of '23, that list had ballooned to 40 to 60 pages a day. And that would take one staff member their entire day to manually check every single name to make sure that the names were all compliant. So realizing that was going to be that was a huge problem, I developed in my background, I've done some coding, and I was able to build up a system that allows the names to be checked in a more systematic manner. So what was taking one person an entire day now can take 2 people 5 minutes. And the reason I say 2 people is because the computer does the first pass, eliminates the vast majority, and then 2 people just check and make sure they agree on the remaining handful of names. So that is, and we've been using that effectively since June of last year.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, please, Mr. Co-Chair.
So with respect to the, let me make sure I got it right. With respect to BACA 08, Senior Consumer Affairs Specialist, I heard the description of it. And I'm curious why it's not called Senior LLC Filing Specialist. Where did this consumer affairs label come from? I assume that's an artifact of decades in the past.
Mr. Chairman, it predates my time in office. Sometimes I wonder too, we joke about the name and how sort of broad it is and maybe not descriptive enough, but also kind of long. But I mean, part of it is because it's not just LLCs. I mean, a big part of that level is the UCCs, which has a 2-day deadline. And so that's a big part of that level in our office. So that's part of why it's maybe a little more nondescript. We've sometimes chatted after hours on the phone about, well, maybe we should change the name a little bit. Maybe we should. Just go, what would you call it, Senator?
I don't know. If it's UCC LLC, it might be Senior Acronym Specialist. I don't know if it takes an act of, Congress to get A&I to change the title and leave the pay alone. And I don't want to spend a whole lot of time. I was just curious.
Mr. Chair, I think it's an org chart change. I think I can do it pretty quick, and we've talked about it. It's kind of a joke as I talk to people about our office, the length of it, but we also want something that describes the full aspect of the role, and at that point, you're supposed to learn all the filings. You're supposed to have all the filings down, and it's a very important part of our office. It's also a key bottleneck. That's why it's so high on it's the highest on the.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Please, go ahead.
And did I understand you say that heading into the Christmas season, there's an upswing in LLC filings?
And Mr. Chairman, at the end of the year is one of our busiest times, and I'll turn that over to.
It's never occurred to me to give somebody an LLC for Christmas. But
Well,
it sounds like an intriguing idea.
At the end of the year, there's a key update. It's funny. I've debated saying on the front door, need an LLC, like Santa or something. But anyway, look,
All right,
I'll turn it
thank you,
over to
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Crossman to talk a little more about the end of the year and the influx.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the end of the year, end of the calendar year, of course, it's also for small businesses, usually the end of the tax year. And so things need to be done in such a way that tax planning is they do it for tax planning purposes. So if you have an active LLC that you're not using, you would need to dissolve it by the end of this calendar year to avoid having to file a tax return for the following year. Additionally, if you want to make sure that you have an entity that is seasoned in this calendar year, you would need to have it on the record before the end of the calendar year. So there's a lot of that. Often mergers are done, more mergers are done in December, I believe, than other quarters because of the tax deadline. And in this particular instance, last year's December of '23 and now December of '24, we have the unique problem that the Corporate Transparency Act has a triggering date on January 1st of the following year. So in December of '23, we saw an explosion of initial filings to get it under that deadline. And now, currently, the CTA is under a nationwide injunction. However, that was only Monday or Tuesday of last week. We are seeing more dissolutions right now so that they don't have to file their CTA documents in January. Now, of course, with that injunction in place, those dissolutions may go away. We'll have to see.
So, Mr. Secretary, to me, the primary question is first of all, you asked for, a computer upgrade or a system upgrade. And then because that was denied or rejected, then you said, well, I need the employees to take over that responsibility. My question is, do you still need the computer upgrade? And if you had it, would you need these positions? Or do we anticipate you'll need that upgrade sooner or later regardless? So just kind of show us the lay of the land with that request. Or would you, if you had the choice between the two, would you still pick the upgrade?
Mr. Chairman, if we had the choice between the two, we would take the positions at this point. It's an 18-month sort of onloading of the upgrade.
To do it.
And we anticipate, with the exponential increase now, it was a window here where we could have done that with probably no increase in staffing. But now, in order to meet our statutory deadline and maintain the level of service that we want, this is the path forward.
So then do we anticipate in next year or the next year that you're still going to need some type of a computer upgrade to speed up the whole system?
Mr. Chairman, I think it could come in the future. We haven't made a decision on that, but we do believe the system, in order to remain competitive, does need some work.
So if, just talking out loud, if we gave you 1.5 positions and a computer upgrade, does that make more sense to the operational things over time? Frankly, but we want to give you the tools that you need, at least I think we should. It's our obligation to do it. And so we just want to best accommodate you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure looking backwards is the right way to think about this. I understand your question. I appreciate it. For one, we don't know where we're at in terms of cost. That has changed over the last year. We had sort of negotiated it to a level that we felt was good. And then also, I was very struck by the conversation yesterday with the community colleges. I'd really want direction from the legislature on RFP or no RFP, because that was a deal with a no RFP. Now, it seemed like the legislature was in a little bit of the opposite position where it seemed to be yesterday, where we were in the same boat they are, where we believe that not having an RFP is going to be considerably less costly. And it seemed like the legislature wanted to head towards an RFP, in which case, I had Mr. Faffi, who's right behind us, run that number, and they were anticipating $7 to $8 million. And so the only way that figure can be maintained, and I'm not sure it can, is without an RFP. And I want to be very clear about that. And so if the legislature feels we need an RFP, then that's a higher figure, much higher.
Well, I think the answer is you just have to continue to educate us.
Right.
And educate all of us. It's not just this committee, and it'll be a new committee. But obviously, if you can do it a lot cheaper without an RFP and justify it, hopefully, the new committee will feel the same way about it. We want best service for the least cost, so just like you do.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, please proceed.
That's our presentation. Oh, excuse me, I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, I will just continue through the budget book. I just have a couple more pages for you guys to look at. On page 19 is the position breakdown, the detailed breakdown for the BAAS 07. This lays out the salary, benefits, and IT-related items associated with this new position. And then on page 21, this shows the breakdown of the costs associated with a new position for the BAAS 06. Again, it's the salary, benefits, and IT-related costs. And that is it for the budget book. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions for Carly? Any further questions for Chuck? Senator Grew, please.
Appreciate that. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. Nice to see you and your team here. I want to ask, just go back to something you've been talking about. It sounds like you've been busy, and that's great, and we need 3 new employees. And I'll direct your attention to page 16. It's the same on each one of your narratives for each employee. In the 4th paragraph, it says, while the Secretary of State requested software upgrades designed to mitigate staffing increases during the 24 budget session, this request was not approved. Therefore, the budget request addresses the immediate need for increased staffing. And the budget also requests positions, IT, and all that. Okay, so as I recall, and the good chairman was just talking about it, and I'm fascinated to hear this, about all we were asking you to do is to go through a process with an RFP, but now, and I'm glad you're channeling your inner former legislator, that was something that I recall Legislator Chuck Gray really going after with folks, make sure you had a process. And not doing things sole sourced without RFPs negotiated by one person. That was the testimony we got last year, and that's why we just said, just set up an RFP and we'll go from there. But the question is, how does that manifest itself? Why can you do something and save millions of dollars that is against the procedure and policy of this government for a long time? And so that's my first question. So let's start there.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Guru. I'm fine doing an RFP. Immediately when we had our meeting with you last year, I asked our tech director to calculate what would be involved with that. And he estimated that would be $7 to $8 million. Now, I believe $3 million is less than $7 to $8 million. And I believe if that's the case, then we need to consider all the factors that are involved in appropriations. Now, I'm all for competitive bidding and lowest cost. That's why I'm for competitive bidding as lowest cost. Our state needs RFP reform. RFP does not mean lowest cost. In fact, at times, it has been higher cost. Now, in the context of the Capitol, I believe it could have been done for less money if we want to talk about that specific case. And I also think there is a provision specifically in the Constitution calling for competitive bidding in that case. Now, I'm happy to do a competitive bid, but it's going to cost $7 to $8 million. And it's very similar to the community college deal yesterday, where the committee told them that rather than doing a RFP for $53 million, maybe we should look at extending the contract for the lower amount that they brought forward. So that's the same thing we were bringing forward. And it's basically an analogy.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
I appreciate that, and although I don't quite understand how you can say, without doing it, that's the result, that's going to cost $7 or $8 million, but I'll take it straight up, that's what it'll be. So that begs the next question. 3 new employees at the rates you're talking about over a 10-year period is an equal cost, actually more. So the question becomes, and the good chair was asking, this increased staffing, and you say 3 people in an 11-person office, I'm looking at your total FTEs is 31. So I was just saying, so why would a 10% increase in your employees? And I understand you're busier, but we're busier across government and with less employees. And a lot of that is due to technology. So help me with that. I'm just trying to understand, because I know you and I both want the best at the best cost, because you just said that. So help me reconcile those two.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, could you restate the question?
Yes. 3 employees over 10 years, and the cost of that, we all know what that is. It's right there in your budget, versus what your ask was last year, even at the higher cost that you say it will have to be if you do it with an RFP. How do you reconcile those costs? Because it seems like you're going to spend more money in the long run this way.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I hear you, and that's why the decision to deny the technology request was a little bit baffling to us. But at the end of the day, onlining that is an 18-month process. So we have an exigent, immediate need. And so we can't look to the past, we have to look to the future. And I'm committed to working with you and the entire Wyoming State Legislature to look in the future. And we had to consider that when we made this request. There seemed to be no appetite in the legislature for the system request, and specifically on this committee.
Well, I think there may have been a Mr. Chairman, if I can follow up.
Please.
At least as far as this one member is concerned, I think there's just a miscommunication, because I just say we need a process to go through to get there, and the competitive bid process versus sole source, single person, and that was you negotiating, as you testified last year, that you were negotiating this yourself, that is something that we just not in our policy, and not the way it works. And so that was a concern. Whenever I've heard that before in my years in the legislature, it's led to trouble. So that's why, and so once again, that was the disconnect I'm having with this request. But yet I understand, so more business equals more employees, correct? That's what I'm getting from this narrative?
Well, Mr. Chairman, it may or may not be linear, but we are at a point, we're at a tipping point now, and so we need to go ahead and handle this issue. Again, I would, at the end of the day, I'm about lowest cost for the citizens of Wyoming. And the difference, I think you're talking about the capital specific, is when I highlighted this the most, but throughout my time, I believe in competitive bidding. But for one, the process has real problems with it is carried out by A&I, and I appreciate A&I, but it needs major reform. And when you have a competitive bid that is going to be double the cost of actually executing the system, I think anybody would say that we should go with the system. And so that's why we made that request. But here we are, and we would have been 2/3 of the way through onloading that. But now we need the staff, and so that's where we're at right now, because it's an 18-month onloading process.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. One last, so I just want to make sure I understand. You're telling me that there's no other way to look at this other than not doing it the way you state to get a system is going to result in this higher cost. That's it. No competitive bid's been done, but before it even happens that it's going to cost you $7 million more, correct?
Well, Mr. Chairman, that was a figure that was provided by permanent staff. So it's not about me, it's about our permanent staff. And so, I think it's important that we understand where this was coming from. And there's analysis involved in these. These are, when you design something like an RFP, you're talking about a very, it needs to be designed correctly. Otherwise, you might end up with something that doesn't execute what you actually want. And the thing about this vendor, Tecuity, that we had is that it had effectuated where we were going. We were actually their first client. I think Mr. Rubino wants to put some more color on that. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Please.
Senator Guru, just to put a little bit more on that, and I know I've been tracking a little bit of the discussions from the committee this week, and it was, brought up in the Community College Commission discussion. Some of the unique circumstances surrounding system and software upgrades, especially with enterprise grade systems, which is like what we have, where we handle tens of millions of dollars of revenue every biennium, is that for an RFP with those sorts of things, in order to do the system requirements for the RFP so that everybody can bid, you would have to put everybody on a level playing field. Well, that would require, in the requirements, a tear down of the system and a rebuild of the system from scratch, whereas with something as complex as the filing system that we have now with our existing vendor, it would have been an add-on to this system. And so I hope that that provides just a little more color on that too.
Senator Driscoll first.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm a little lost because I wasn't here through last year's deal and probably a little on the RFPs. Probably first, can we get your analysis that you came up with 7 or 8 million? Can I get a copy of that, see what it looks like? I'd like to see what it
Mr.
is.
Chairman, why don't we bring up Mr. Faffi, who, you know, do you want to go ahead and talk about that a little bit? And thank you.
Because I guess I'm going to ask a little, and it's a bit of a
question was-
question that goes to it.
They would just like to see the analysis.
Well,
Whatever
that's fine,
was
and,
done.
but I'm happy to bring Mr. Faffi up to talk about that, because we wanted to immediately, after that meeting last year, I said, well, let's look at what an RFP would involve, and let's do it to the fullest extent that we can. And that's what it came back with. So we did that whole analysis.
Okay, well, I think Senator Driscoll is asking for your analysis. If
Yeah.
you've got a copy of
Mr.
it.
Chairman, I am.
Yeah.
Whatever pages it is. And I guess to understand, in RFPs, having participated in a few of them, I guess I don't understand Mr. Rubino's explanation exactly, because we do RFPs that exclude huge chunks of business different times that are specific. I think back to, look over at my fellow senator, Liquor Commission at one point in time, and we really have done a lot of RFPs that really narrow it down to maybe only 1 or 2 outfits that do them, but it does put them there. And I have a hard time seeing where 7 or 8 million, I don't care if it's senior staff or not, gets pulled out of the air without someone at least sending you a pre-RFP idea, and you can get that generally. I'm hoping I see that in that analysis is who you reached out to, because sometimes you're sole source on a software provider, and it's, well, the RFP says either you rewrite the entire program to do what we want, which may cost more, or it may be they fall within. But I guess I'm missing it. We're a little off path because you're asking for new positions now. But long-term, it appears to me that we missed out on something here that possibly should have. I'd like you to explain if these positions are permanent down the road, or if we should be looking at, back to if you're wanting to save money, should we be looking at these as temp positions and looking at going for the long-term savings for the state?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I mean, we can't go back in time, and you know, I really wanted the committee to advance our thing forward, and it didn't happen, so we can't go back in time. So many things I wish I had a time machine on, but this is somewhere on the list. Not sure it's top 10, but you know, in terms of the committee, but we did everything we could. We did absolutely everything we could on advancing it forward, and I respect the decision of the committee and the decision of the legislature on it. So now we need to have these positions. I mean, it's, as you know, it's a supplemental budget, so it's a 1-year budget. So if in the future there was a software upgrade and the legislature determined that the positions weren't needed anymore, then maybe it wouldn't be in that future budget. I mean, but I think that's sort of a perspective application rather than what we're at right now, which is, you know, a supplemental budget, which is for 1 year.
Please.
So would you be open to a suggestion of just funding the positions for 1 year, being this is supplemental for just 1 year? Because it appears to me the request is not, it's in the supplemental, but it appears that it's permanent funding for 3 positions to me, which
Yeah.
means it's not a 1-year allocation. This is going to be an ongoing expense into the future.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think you're looking at least 1 more full budget, because you're looking at 18 months for an onloading of the software. So I think it would be more than 1 year. I mean, I think it would be at least 2.
So further questions?
Mr. Chairman, one last, no, it's off subject to where we're at, but my last shot. You talked about your increased audits on the false and fraudulent. How many have you caught? How many have we prosecuted? And what's the process when you find a false and fraudulent claim?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and turn over that to Mr. Crossman. I will note, we are in a negotiation right now with one administrative finding that we have, so I want to be careful on where we're at on that, because we are in the process of coming to conclusion on that. But our audits have turned up a variety of different findings, and I'll note for you also, when we found out that Kim Jong-un had entities in Wyoming, we dissolved them right away. And we were the quickest state to do that. So we're taking on foreign adversaries as well in the Wyoming Secretary of State's office. So yes, go ahead, Mr. Crossman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Senator Driscoll, I don't have the precise number of entities that I have canceled with me today. The last time I pulled that number, it was 45. We have since had several more. I would estimate that we are at or north of 50. As to your question regarding prosecutions, we do not prosecute. That would be the responsibility of the Attorney General. However, we don't generally refer these to the Attorney General because the individuals who set these up are unknown to us and are likely not even in the state of Wyoming, and possibly not even the United States. But the process is when we are made aware that an entity has provided false or fraudulent information to our office, typically we are made aware by an individual whose residence address has been used fraudulently. And so they provide me with an affidavit stating that they are the resident of that address and that they do not have any connection with the entity and do not know who it is and have not provided permission. When I've received that, I then I do a little bit of research, but I then send the entity a 60-day notice that we have received basically a verified complaint that you have filed false or fraudulent information. Effectively tell me why, and very, very occasionally there is a good reason. In one case, it was a translocation of an address number. So I give them 60 days to justify. And if they do not do that, then the entity is terminated. And while it is pending, there is a public notice put in their file. So if they are attempting to get a bank account and the bank is properly doing their due diligence and checking on our registration, they will see that there is an administrative action pending against that entity. Hopefully, with the result of them being denied service at that bank account, because typically when if an entity is innocent of this, I usually get that back within 24 to 48 hours, and then we reverse it and remove everything, and they go on their way, and then all of those are completely removed from the record so that they're not, they don't have a black mark. But I'd say the numbers that I have reversed or declined to terminate are about 4, maybe 5. Thank you.
Mr. Crossman, I think he was talking mainly about CRA audits. I mean, he talked about dissolutions, but do you want to talk a little bit about CRA audits?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On the CRA audits, we have done, I believe we're on track to do about 2 or 3 a month since, so roughly 9 or 10 a quarter. So, and we have, most of them go off perfectly fine. In one instance where the findings have been totally finalized, that CRA was shut down and is not allowed to operate in Wyoming for 5 years. And there are a couple of situations that are pending that I can't talk about because we haven't finalized those findings yet.
Okay, go ahead, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I learned a lot about RFPs, so I'm not going to go there. Probably a lot more to learn. But I was curious about some math that was brought up earlier. When I look at this $509,000 biennial, I believe is what Ms. Walters said would be the cost for these 3 positions, that adds up to over 12 years to come to the same amount of money that you requested in the last budget for the software, regardless of the RFP. So I guess that begs the question, how long would the new software last before it needed to be replaced or upgraded significantly? And then I'd like to know, if an RFP were put out, would any of the software providers be in the state of Wyoming, where this money would contribute to our economy, maybe even some of it come back to the state in revenue. And then along those same lines, if these three people were hired, would they live in the state of Wyoming, where they would contribute to the economy and the revenue of the state? I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate those questions, Representative Bear. I mean, I don't want to speculate on who would respond to an RFP. I don't know, but I appreciate what you're saying, certainly. And, you know, as a former legislator and as a member of the executive branch, I think you're absolutely right. We want this money staying in Wyoming as much as possible. You know, in terms of your other question, I don't know, I think it did come, you know, we chatted about it in a couple meetings, and I could get back to you more specifically on what we think, how long we think it would last, but, you know, I think a decade on software upgrades is sort of a first, you know, maybe a first attempt to answer that question, but, you know, I'm sure we could think about it a little more, but, and that's not a final figure, but I do think we talked about that a little bit in a couple meetings, that's our gut on how long before we would need further sort of upgrades. But yeah, that's my answer to that question. Thank you.
So, Secretary Gray, I was just looking at the past employees of the State Treasurer's Office, or State Secretary of State's office. It looks like in 2018-19, we cut one position. And I think that was through our, thank you, that was because of our, obviously our drop in the budget. But otherwise, it's been relatively static for at least 10 or 20 years almost after that. And so at some point in time, it just makes sense that additional employees are going to be needed because you are getting busier and busier. So we appreciate the need and the need and desire to be efficient and fast and accurate for the services you provide.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you bringing that up. We always debated whether to put that in our narrative, and you're showing your seniority there and finding that, yes, and it was in that 2018, 2019 where that was reduced, and we had talked about putting that in our narrative, we just, for time, you know, but it is an important thing to note, and I appreciate you bringing that up, because we've always been about efficiency, being lean. That's why we do this cross-divisional help. And we've tapped that out.
Okay, further questions? Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Gray and your staff, as well as you've contemplated this, and we kind of got off on the conversation on RFPs. Just, Mr. Chairman, we've got two other issues similar to the conversation on RFPs with you guys. One, as you mentioned, in the community college, where there's that system that we could just de-update it and do to go an RFP. We also have the IBAR system that we looked at over this year. Do we just enhance IBARs, or do we go out for an RFP? And I think this legislative body really, we know oftentimes that it's just cheaper to go with where you're at. But the competitors of those systems are saying, is this how it works in Wyoming? Once you're in, and nobody else ever gets a chance, right? And then, of course, there's the price thing. And so when we talk about an RFP, I think we always do look at that, and you know, I don't know that you have to completely remanufacture the RFP so that everybody's on the same playing field. You've got the criteria that we liked. We've done that with IBARs, and we say, here's what we like to have, and so bid it as you will. And those people that have been providing those services generally have a hand up, but you open that up. But Mr. Secretary, I think that you agree, and that's my question, that we really do walk a fine line as we represent the people and their expectations, not to get hung up on this idea that government just ignores process and we get this good old boy network, and we do that because every time we just extend it, right, wrong, or otherwise, the perception outside this room and on the street is that there's these backroom deals going on, and so then we come in here and have these cat fights because we're trying to save money, and at the same time, we're trying to make sure that everybody's got a fair shake. So I think that there's a delicate balance there, but we'll sacrifice. Would you agree that it's worthy to sacrifice this idea of transparency and making sure that everybody's on the same playing field for perhaps a little bit of savings? Doesn't mean there will be, but I think, I hope my question's making sense, and I hope you understand what we're trying to do.
And Mr. Chairman, I do understand what you're saying. The part of your premise, Representative Larson, and I'm not sure I accept, is that we're taking away, transparency. What this is about at the end of the day is lowest cost, and we're transparent in these meetings. I'm transparent with all of you on the negotiation I undertook with Tecuity in 2023. I'm happy to meet with any of you on it, happy to talk to anybody about it. And I can tell you, I was a bulldog on this negotiation, in my opinion. But to me, it's about lowest cost, and we're trying to deliver the best service at the lowest cost possible, deliver value in the services of government, and doing it also in a way that is on the up and up and transparent completely. So that's the one part that maybe I'd push back a little on, but I understand there's a tension there. I think this RFP process, I can tell you, when people tell me that an RFP is gonna cost more than actually moving forward, that is frustrating, and it must frustrate you. I was looking at the community college one the other day, and what was it, 53 million or something versus, I don't know what the other, it was an order of magnitude much higher than our differential, but to me, it's about the lowest cost at the end of the day for me, and we negotiated really tough in 2023, but we're at where we're at now, and I want to continue to work with you on moving forward and continuing to grow the Wyoming Secretary of State's offices and the services we offer.
Okay, please follow up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I think earlier the testimony was that Delaware has 160 some odd people in this. I want to know, is that in this department? And if so, we're doing it with 11. You just talked about cost. Have you broken that down in a comparison with the number one state, or now the ex-number one state, now that Wyoming's doing more, to where, what was the cost in Delaware versus the cost in Wyoming as far as to the state, to the taxpayers for this service?
Well, Mr. Chairman, we can go ahead and get you those ratios. I'm happy. We're happy to look across state-to-state comparisons. The 119, and I've asked Mr. Crossman this many, many times, because I want to make sure our figures here are correct, are the section of the Delaware Secretary of State's budget for their business division. Now, they have economic development, I guess, in their Secretary of State's office too. That's a separate division. They do a number of other things in their Secretary of State's office, but this was the business division. I guess I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Crossman to make sure on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Baer. The Department of State in Delaware, according to the budget that I'm looking at here, which is their 2025 budget, I believe was passed this past year, has roughly 295 people for the entire department. The Corporations Division alone is 119 and has an annual budget for personnel of 8.1 million and a total budget for the Corporations Department only, just their business division equivalent, of 26 million per year. Well, I don't know if there's a biennial budget or annual budget, so I will leave that part up. But they have a separate division in their Department of State called the Small Business Division. I believe that is like a business, what we would call a business council, so I am not including that in these numbers. Their Secretary of State also handles liquor as well as several other things, so that is left out. The 119 and then those dollar figures I gave you are listed as just their Corporations Division.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I had that number wrong. I wrote it down wrong. It's 119 compared to your 11.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further questions? Anything else? We appreciate your time. Merry Christmas.
Well done.
Okay, do you want to jump into this, or you want to take a quick break? I don't care. I don't care.
The shooting topics, that's. I don't care.
Okay, I think we're going to take about a quick 5-minute break before we jump into the shooting range, right? Okay, now we're going to move on to a different shooting range. Please proceed, go ahead. Art, or who's up?
Very good. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Art Washut, Representative House District 36 in Casper. I'm also the co-chairman of the Wyoming State Shooting Complex Task Force, and that's what brings me here today. For the benefit of those listening on YouTube and those newly elected, I'd like to recap what brings us here. Center File 169 from 2023 created and funded a task force with the purpose of identifying a location to become the Wyoming State Shooting Complex and set aside significant seed money to incentivize proposals from communities around the state. That bill was co-sponsored and supported by many people in this room, including several members of the committee. The bill was very popular. You might remember it passed the House with 51 votes and the Senate with 29 votes. It was signed into law, the task force was created. The task force consisted of 12 members. The co-chairs were Senator Hicks and myself. We also were joined by Senator John Kolb, Representative Pepper Ottman, the governor's designee from the Wyoming Business Council, Mr. Ron Goldberg, from the Wyoming Office of Tourism, Mr. James Kuhn, from the Wyoming State Parks and Cultural Resources, Director Dave Glenn, from Wyoming Game and Fish, the Education Chief, Nish Goykola. Members of the public appointed by the governor included from the hunting and conservation sector, Mr. Josh Corsi of Muley Fanatics, from the manufacturing sector, co-owner of Maven Optics, Mr. Cade Mestis, and from the shooting sports sector, Ms. Judy Legursky from the Civilian Marksmanship Program, and also from the firearms manufacturing industry, founder and CEO of Gunworks, Mr. Aaron Davidson. Throughout our work, we were assisted by our LSO staff, Mr. Josh Anderson and Ms. Karen Vaughn. The bill contained $10 million in seed money. The $5 million came from State General Fund, $2.5 million from the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, and $2.5 million from the Wyoming Office of Tourism Reserve and Projects account. The task force began its work with an organizational meeting in Casper on July 14th, 2023. Subsequently, we did an online survey, which received over 369 responses that came from 22 different counties around the state and 6 other states. There was widespread interest. The task force then toured the Cameo Shooting Complex in Colorado on July 27th of 2023 and spent substantial time with the director of that facility. Follow-up meetings were then held in Riverton in September and Cody in November. Next, we developed an instrument for pre-proposals and solicited those. Key items of interest to the task force were the land itself, access, utilities, dining and lodging, and other amenities. The pre-proposals were received from 9 different communities. They were not used to screen out any community from the process. Rather, they were used to help the task force refine our final request for proposal. And it also helped the communities identify where they might be able to improve their proposals. The task force then created an RFP. A scoring system was developed by Mr. Aaron Davidson of Gunworks, and a timeline process using a NASA-like T- approach was recommended by Mr. Cade Mestis of Maven Optics. We received formal RFPs from the same 9 communities: City of Cheyenne, Fremont County Association of Governments, Central Wyoming, Park County, Campbell County, Hot Springs County, the town of Guernsey, Jim Bridger, Uinta County, and Sheridan County Sportsmen's Association. The RFP called for details in the areas of the site, accommodating services, the draw, and the future success. The RFP asked for a simple map illustrating that the site could accommodate all of the desired shooting sports, but in order to make certain that all interested communities could participate and that none would be excluded due to the cost of generating a proposal, The task force directed them to not procure engineering or design experts. It was our intent that the state would fund the actual design work once the location was selected. At this point, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Aaron Davidson of Gunworks up in Cody has a 3 o'clock appointment and is only available briefly on Zoom. And I would ask the committee to hear what he has to say at this point.
Okay, come on in, Aaron.
I hope you guys can hear me okay. I am remote, and somebody give me a thumbs up if you can actually hear me.
Can hear you fine.
We can hear you.
We could hear you.
To share my experience with on the task force, my name's Aaron Davidson. I'm a Wyoming native, founder of Gunworks. Gunworks operates in 45,000 square feet in Cody and currently expanding into an additional 75,000 square feet. We currently employ 105 people, building fine hunting rifles, supporting technology products. We have a focus on vertical integration, so we've invested in the machinery and processes to build everything from barrels to rifle stocks to actions and suppressors. In 2007, we started a long-range university, basically a shooting and training opportunity for our customers, really focused on long-range hunting particularly, and increasing success and ethical harvest in the field. We've had the opportunity to provide training all over the world, across the US, Canada, and several other continents. At our home base of Cody, we have one known distance range that gets us out to 1,200 yards. We've got a nice 5,000 square foot facility that we've built there that we do education and training and shooting on. And then we also have built out a mountain course near Cody that allows us to shoot nearly 2 miles. Next year, we'll have nearly 1,000 seats of opportunity available throughout the year. All these guys that come attend our course stay in Cody, a lot of times combined with a family trip or vacation. And so we get a lot of nights in Cody and a lot of hotel stays and restaurant visits and museum visits. So it works out really well to kind of bolster that travel and tourism. And we get a sense for, what's attracting our students to different locations and, why they come and why they stay. As to the task force, I ended up there because I've known Governor Mark Gordon for quite some time. He's known our business. He's stopped in our SHOT Show booth at Vegas several times, and as he's visiting the different Wyoming companies that are there. We invited him to speak at our open house celebration a few years ago to inaugurate the new facility that we built. And the governor appointed me as part of the shooting sports to kind of represent, a Wyoming company and a Wyoming voice, but also a real voice for the shooting industry as well. So as far as my experience on the task force, it was the first thing, like, very challenging and very interesting. I think Representative Washut and Senator Hicks very clearly communicated kind of the spirit and the grand vision of doing something great for the state of Wyoming. And they were very effective at communicating that to the task force members. So we really took that role and that responsibility to heart. To kick off our efforts, we spent a lot of time at first really trying to understand what state of the art or what world class would mean when it came to a shooting facility. So we spent a lot of time traveling and visiting different locations, trying to dig up a little research about different shooting sports and their popularity and the trends that they were achieving. And we felt that, before we started asking for solicitations, we, as a task force, needed to create a vision for what we felt was the future of shooting sports and how that could be captured with a facility in Wyoming that would be competitive, that would, maybe actually, trump some of the competing facilities in pulling people to come with their limited dollars and limited time availability. So we did visit the Cameo Complex in Colorado, and the Whittington Center in New Mexico was also a draw, and the Ben Avery facility in Arizona. And I've had the chance to actually spend quite a bit of time at Whittington Center. We do an event down there every year. We have for nearly a decade, where we bring customers from all of the world to come train with us. And so I do have a firsthand knowledge of that location and several other facilities that we train at or that we've helped to construct. So as we got into this, we really started to understand that the task that we had in front of us was quite large. Not only just the definition of what we were trying to achieve, but then peeking into the potential communities in Wyoming that could service this and that could do this for us, and trying to figure out a way to effectively, winnow down the competition and help the right facility rise to the top, and choose the right facility from all the contestants that were there. So we wanted to make sure we made the right choice. We felt that a scoring system would be a big part of that. And I was an early proponent of a scoring system. I'm an engineer, so I like to see data and do data analysis to try to remove emotion from decisions and try to focus, strictly on executing a system to achieve an outcome. So the scoring system, I believe, did a great job in helping to provide us a removed way to rank, different elements of the proposals from different communities, and let the outcome of those individual rankings, tell us which direction to go in our choosing process. The categories that we looked at, the site, the accommodating service, the draw, and the future success of the entity were the main categories, but we broke all of those down into very digestible pieces that we're able to rank each proposal against, and I feel like that process did a great job of winnowing out all but the top 4 contenders. And those were Gillette, Park County, and I was kind of surprised with going into it that Sheridan had one of the likeliest potentials for success because of a few of the things that I put a lot of emphasis and desire on, and I found that in my scoring rubric that Cheyenne was actually came out on top for me when I added all the numbers up and really broke it down and looked at it. So I do think that by dividing that into, very digestible pieces, very specific pieces that we could evaluate each proposal on, and then adding up the result into totals was a key factor in our ability to identify what was important and to move forward very objectively about, which proposals were the best. And we narrowed that down to 4, and we chose to go do site visits and listen to proposals, and then to solicit even more information and clarification to try to understand how each one of those proposals would have future success or would draw people in to their facility or how that site would work as a shooting facility, and what the supporting community was able to provide. And we did our 4 site visits, or our site visits to the 3 that remained in the running, and we got down to our voting, and the task force chose Cody as the premier option. And I was a little bittersweet about that. I actually feel that this facility is going to create a little competition. They've already discussed pulling a national NRL match away from Gunworks and bringing it to this facility. That was Travis Ashita and his organization. So already it's starting to create competition for us. I think bringing a bunch of local businesses that are shooting sports oriented to Cody, poses some challenges for us. We spend significant dollars to invest in research and development and to create, very industry leading processes and services. And we train people from scratch all the time to be able to, to be very successful in that industry, and bringing competitive companies in there also puts wage pressures on us. We pay above average wages for Cody, and I do feel that while that might be detrimental to my business, Gunworks, I do actually believe that the site in Cody is a win for Wyoming, and will achieve the goals that we set out as a task force, to promote Wyoming and to bring traffic and people to Wyoming. And I do believe that Cody is going to be able to put together a true facility that will, in my experience, that will be able to be marketed and will be successful from that aspect. So from that, I suppose if there's any questions to clarify that scoring system, or to clarify, how we came to those conclusions, or any of the details about the selection criteria, I'd be glad to answer that. Otherwise, it was very much a pleasure to work with the members of the task force, to see this process as we came together to make this choice of Cody, Wyoming as the future home of a truly world-class and Wyoming representative shooting facility.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? All right, please proceed.
So before I wrap up, I want to remind everyone that during the 2024 budget session, the legislature approved $50,000 from the original seed money to be available for consultants to aid with site design. Management Council subsequently allocated that funding for a contract with Forward Cody, so the preliminary inspection and design work could begin before the snow fell. Joining us today to make either presentations or to field questions from the committee are Dave Glenn, Director of State Parks Cultural Resources, who is also a task force member, Angie Bruce, Director of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, Diane Schober sends her apologies. She was going to join us, but she's unable to be here today as the Director of Wyoming Tourism. Jason Crowder, Acting Director of the Office of State Lands and Investments. Mr. Ron Goldberg, the Governor's designee who served on the task force. Del McComey from the State Construction Department, and you just heard from Aaron Davidson, who is the task force member. In your materials, you should have letters or memos from Cade Mestis, from Maven Optics. You should also have a letter from Game and Fish Director Bruce, and from Del McComey on the state building construction. If there are no questions for me at this point, I'd like to invite the team from Park County and Forward Cody to make their presentation.
Great, fire away.
Mr. Chairman, if we could, we'd like to just show a few second video, if we could cue that up, and then I'll start.
Please, go ahead.
Just click to the next slide, please. Great. Thank you. This is a little visual for you of the anticipated future site of the Wyoming State Shooting Complex on the site. A few miles south of Cody. Okay, thank you for that slide. And Mr. Chairman and members of the Joint Appropriations Committee, good afternoon. There are some informational packets at your desk if you haven't already seen those. And I'm Glenn Ross, and I would like to share my background and personal interest in the Wyoming State Shooting Complex. I'm retired after a 35-year career in banking with 30 of those years spent as a business banker and bank president in Cody. With the next generations in mind, I continue to enjoy volunteering on community boards, which focus on economic development and the quality of living in the Bighorn Basin in Wyoming. And currently I serve as a trustee of the Buffalo Bill Center of the West and as a board member and treasurer of Forward Cody. I'm an avid big game and bird hunter. I'm an advocate for gun ownership and our Second Amendment rights. I also want to introduce our Cody Mayor-elect, Leanne Ryder, if you could raise your hand there. And also Representative Sandy Newsom, if you could raise your hand. And I think County Commissioner Lee Livingston had to leave with a time commitment, but he was also one to express his support and was here. And all of those individuals are hardworking, serving on the Shooting Complex Working Group. In a few minutes, you will hear from Bruce Sowers and Mr. James Klessens. I also want to recognize and thank those State Shooting Complex volunteers and supporters attending in the audience and online. Our local Shooting Complex Working Group and community have been working diligently for well over a year now to accomplish the legislature, governor, and the Wyoming State Shooting Complex Task Force's vision to build a world-class complex. A state shooting complex whose primary purpose is to increase economic opportunities and development associated with participation in the shooting sports in Wyoming. And going back to the days of Buffalo Bill and even before, Cody and Wyoming have a rich heritage of shooting sports. The shooting sports and being gun-friendly are consistent with our Wyoming values. Cody has a strong firearms culture. You might say it's in our DNA. The Buffalo Bill Center of the West in Cody holds the largest comprehensive collection of firearms in the United States. Cody Yellowstone Country is a premier destination place in the West to play, to live, and to do business. And you will find in your packets a Wyoming Business Council information piece showing Park County is already home to the largest concentration of firearms and outdoor recreation manufacturers in Wyoming. Thank you, Aaron and Gunworks also. The state shooting complex will further leverage existing industry and attract new industry to Wyoming. We believe that a rising tide will raise all boats in Cody and Wyoming. There's another value besides the Second Amendment in the shooting sports that we hold near and dear to our hearts in Wyoming: fiscal conservatism and accountability and sustainability. Our business plan is predicated on building and operating a world-class state shooting complex that is largely self-supporting and sustainable into the future. To that end, we are forming a private and public partnership governance structure. with the complex to be owned by the state of Wyoming and operated by county and city-appointed joint powers board with guidance from a state advisory council. As a strong financial partner, Park County will leverage the state's investment dollars. Park County citizens will raise over $6.3 million of local government, private, and industry funding, contributing 1/3 of the total project capital and operating and maintenance reserve costs. Before handing it over to Mr. Bruce Sowers, I would like to leave you with a quote. Some of you know of Walt Prue, who Aaron spoke of earlier, who is the general manager of Cameo Shooting and Education Complex in Palisade, Colorado. After conducting a site visit to the selected complex location just south of Cody, Mr. Prue commented these words: "There is not another public range that has more potential to be a world-class facility than this one." And with that, Mr. Bruce Sowers, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Glenn. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Bruce Sowers. I'm currently Director of Revenue at the Buffalo Bill Center of the West. I'm also Chair of the Forward Cody Group, but really I'm here today as a citizen volunteer, as Mr. Ross is. Really what I want to do quickly, and this is part of your package as well, is just to give you a kind of a quick update on the timeline and the development that we've been working on. There has been a tremendous amount of work, not only in hours, but also in resources. And there is a great deal of momentum that's going, and we're getting a lot accomplished. There's really 9 tasks that we're focused on currently. The first one was governance, and that was to initiate the Joint Powers Board. We did that initial meeting with the commissioners, the county attorney. We developed the Joint Powers Board organizational structure and the Joint Powers Board agreement. And then we got approval of the Joint Powers Board just back in November. And right now we're in the process of looking at individuals who would like to be part of that, with that process wrapping up in January. And there's been a ton of response to that. We worked on the access and the road access to the site. We identified possible routes, BLM site review, cultural resources, the paleo and archaeology studies that were done, road design. We're looking at, as far as the state lease piece and the commercial lease with OSLI. We had discussions with the Hoodoo and the Mountain Holdings, which are adjacent properties. We did have the lease negotiation with OSLI as well. And then the SLIB SLIB contingent, I believe, was already approved last week. The infrastructure, we've been working with Rocky Mountain Power, the cultural resource assessments. We've been reviewing the project estimates. We've been looking at the water and the wastewater as well, working with Mark Fisher with Christensen, the water resources assessment with an engineering associates. We've looked at the design and the site design. We've met with the task force to define that design process. We've identified design contractors for site and specific disciplines. We're looking at those design contractors and initiating that design process. On the marketing and PR end, we looked at some core messaging. We've worked on an overall marketing plan. We've developed marketing material, some of which you have in your hands. I've personally worked with 5 different marketing companies that we would try to kind of vet, working with Park County Travel Council. I'll be meeting with them in January at SHOT Show. And they are specific to the industry. Marketing for firearms and shooting sports is a little bit different, as you know, than for some things. So we're gonna go down and vet those and be able to come back to the Joint Powers Board with a vetted list of some recommendations for them. On the fundraising end, we've looked at developing individual sponsorships and naming campaigns and opportunities. contact with our local and industry contacts. The museum is very good at having those contacts within the firearms industry. And this process will be key to that fundraising aspect. There's not much we can really move too forward on until we know this is where it needs to be. And then the State Advisory Committee, we've looked at identifying those statewide groups that would come from throughout the state of Wyoming to help us look at this facility. The layout and that advisory council structure, and to reach out to participants, potential participants, and looking at scheduling some organizational meetings. So I kind of bring you quickly up to speed on the 9 tasks that we're focused on, just so you see the tremendous amount of work and hours that have been put in already, and then to look and see what we're moving forward with in the amount of momentum that we already have going on. And I think with that, I would turn it over to Mr. Klessens from Forward Cody.
Thank you, Mr. Sowers. My name is James Klessens, and I'm the CEO and president of Forward Cody, and I've been really fortunate to have the opportunity to facilitate the working group for the shooting complex project for the last year and a half. I'm going to ask if Karen Vaughn is still on board, if she would queue up the PowerPoint presentation and advance to the business plan slide, please. If not, we will wing it. Park County took this Wyoming State Shooting Complex project very serious from the moment we heard about it in the 2023 session. We saw this as a proposal that would allow us to be much more than just building a park or a place that people could recreate in Wyoming. Rather, we saw it as an opportunity to significantly strengthen and bolster the already booming tourist economy we have, but then to bolster the firearms industry that we have in that particular area, that product sector. You heard from Aaron, him and 16 other companies operate in Cody, Wyoming as a place for business. If you look at the map, you'll see 11, but there's actually 16. So we started our process by pulling together an initial team, leadership team of county government, city government, all of the chamber organizations, economic development throughout the county, private citizens, private industry. And we talked about what does it mean to be the home for the Wyoming State Shooting Complex. And we were all excited about that opportunity, but we also felt there was one very important thing we all needed to agree to, and that was this project had to be self-sustaining. If it could not support itself, we didn't need yet another piece of public infrastructure that was a burden on our taxpayers. And so we started a little different than maybe we should have, and while the task force advised us to not spend a lot of energy on the design, it's really hard to build a plan without a picture of what you're building. And so we spent some time not only tracking the legislation and then the subsequent work of the task force, but we met with a bunch of experts trying to understand what the expectations were if you were going to truly build a world-class facility. Because I think you all know, in a shooting complex, there's bunkers and there's equipment, and how do you differentiate yourself? And so we were really looking hard at what made us different and made us unique. I think you've seen one flash of that unique. So we started our planning by really understanding what we were building, understanding how it could operate, and then how it could support itself. I think you see in the flyer that we've done a tremendous amount of work trying to shape up and prepare ourselves for the work that's before us, because the application process was really just the beginning. The work has really, as Bruce Sowers has told you, has been substantial since the time the applications or the site was selected. So we took that concept, the concept that you see in the middle of that document, and we started putting some numbers to what we thought it would take, and we came up with a budget number. And that budget number gave us the confidence that we felt with the state's appropriation and with the money we felt we could raise locally, because we are good in Cody at raising money, we thought we could make that happen. And of course, we had to recognize that was based on some fairly general assumptions about what we were going to build. But it gave us the confidence to move forward, and so we pulled in a group of people, 5 in total, who were business people throughout the community that said, let's build a business plan and now let's prove what this thing is about. So we gained our contact list of people to talk to by going to the SHOT Show. The Cody Firearms Museum is obviously a great venue to find the names of people to communicate with. And we also have very many firearms businesses in town that are connected with a lot of people. And we got a pretty good idea by grinding through the numbers of who could use this facility, how often they would use it, what they would pay us to do it, and what it would cost to keep this thing operational. And then we used Cameo as our benchmark. We had numbers from them that told us what they did, how many people they hired, what did they charge, and all of that. And it worked. When we finished our business plan, some of you may have already seen that. I believe that was provided to you, the entire application. We believe that we can bring 5,000 competitive shooters into Wyoming and to the Park County and to the Wyoming State Shooting Complex to compete in events. We know we're going to be able to host a reasonable number of local shooters as members, but we have an ace in the hole, and that ace in the hole is the Cody Firearms Museum in Yellowstone National Park. And we know approximately 100,000 people a year travel through our community and stop at the Cody Firearms Museum. And we believe that we can capture a fraction of those people as a paying customer to our facility. And so when we added these combinations of different users together, we put a budget that would drive about $750,000 in operational cost. But we also know there's ongoing maintenance and upkeep that will exceed somewhere in the neighborhood of $250,000, and so we've included that in our budget as well. But plans, as you know, are kind of moving targets, and as we proceeded through that process of application, questions were asked that caused us to dig deeper, better understand what was going on. Some of those questions even happened a couple weeks ago in this particular forum when Senator Hicks and Representative Washut spoke to you about our project. So we've been asked a lot of questions, and so we've dug deeper for answers. One of those came from the State Building Commission, and Mr. Director McComey talking about what our construction budget consisted of and just how realistic it would be. We also used the local talent, Fred Bronnenberg, Groothouse Construction, to help us to pare down and work on our numbers. And so today we stand before you with confidence that the budget that we've created is realistic and will be able to provide a world-class facility to the state of Wyoming. So I'm going to try to get her to jump forward to the next page. Karen, please. And that next page is a little thing that talks about operations, which I just talked to. So let's go one more page, please. So here's our budget, uses of funds statement. What you'll see at the top of that is a construction budget that includes the capital cost, the design cost, the contingency cost. Both of those are items which Mr. McComey and Mr. Bronnenberg said I was tremendously low on, so we had to adjust those a little bit. It gives us a construction total of about $17.9 million. We also went into our operations budget, and this is something that we'd planned previously because it's going to take some staff and some operational capital while we're under construction to get this thing ready to go at the end of 2026. So what we've done is we put about $1.8, almost $1.9 million into an operational budget that includes startup working capital, a reserve working capital, because it's going to probably not jump out immediately and be full capacity at the outset. And then we also have a reserve set aside of about $1.1 million for maintenance and range reserve. That's if something breaks, we have an ability to fix it and we're not scratching for funds. So it gives us an operations total of 1.8 and a total project of $19,835. So next slide, please. Along with every uses statements, there's a sources of funds statement. And as you can see from this particular document, that state of Wyoming investment in this project, the initial appropriation of $10 million that came from general fund, $5 million travel and tourism, 2.5, game and fish, 2.5. That was appropriated but unobligated in the 2023 session. But you'll see an additional amount of $3 million from the tourism reserve account and another $500,000 from the game and fish account. And that was basically allocated for purposes of doing conservation, education, hunter safety. So there's a total of $13,500,000 from state investment. Down below and well hidden underneath the little words is where the State Shooting Complex Joint Powers Board will kick in. That's approximately 30% of our total budget. Individual sponsors at $2.1 million. That'll be generous donors from around the state of Wyoming, but primarily Park County. Corporate sponsors at $2.2 million. Grant funding from an array of sources at about $1 million. The Park County Commission has committed $750,000, and that's building the access road to the facility, dedicating it as a county road. And then our organization, Forward Cody, through some resources that we've had, will invest $200,000 into the project. So I think you can say we're kind of all into the project. That $6.335 million totals the project total, which was $19,835. So today we're here to ask that the Joint Appropriations Committee provide a recommendation to the incoming Joint Appropriations Committee for a few things. And I think that is listed under section 345 in your packet. It's been provided to you. First, that there would be a concurrence that with the Oversight Task Force recommendation regarding the shooting complex in Park County, Wyoming. Second would be to obligate the $10 million in state shooting complex account established by the legislature for the development of the state complex. Third would be to approve the transfer of $3 million from the Tourism Reserve and Project account to ensure the completion of the facility. So in this case, and in that statement, any unexpended funds would not revert, but would remain in the complex. It would remain in that fund for use for major maintenance. It would also approve an allocation of $500,000 from the Game and Fish Fund for the infrastructure and resources to support hunter safety and other conservation education activities. And finally, authorize the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources to enter in an MOU with the Wyoming Shooting Complex Joint Powers Board for the development of this project. And there are other provisions that are more in the rulemaking than the actual fact. And so that would be the ask for today. We think the shooting complex has the potential to significantly strengthen business in our community and throughout Wyoming. Sir?
Just before while it's fresh on our mind, you mentioned the 10 million. And in the way I heard it was to ensure that the 10 million is available, what it would be the remainder of the 10 million that we appropriated. Am I saying that correctly? And I'm kind of looking behind you there a little bit, but we allowed 10 million, we appropriated 10 million for the shooting complex. You've had access to a little bit of that, but I think the ask here is not to appropriate 10 million, but to use the 10 million that we appropriated, all of that account, to make available for the shooting complex. And
Representative, that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
When we've been talking about that, I just want to make sure we're on the same page, okay? And so, Mr. Chairman, if I can, I'd just ask LSO that they made notes of those several requests that they noted, just so that we could refer back to them when we get there.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, and I believe you have a handout.
We do.
Yes.
We do. Yep. Got it. Thank you.
And just in conclusion, one of the things that was stated in the preamble of the request for proposals for the project is that this was to increase economic opportunities and development associated with participation in shooting sports in Wyoming. We know that we'll do just exactly that. And we believe very strongly that we can, in Park County, build a state shooting complex that will make everyone in Wyoming proud. So now we will take all the questions that you have. Sir.
Okay, questions so far? Senator DeGroot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to make sure I have this number straight. 6.3 million in private dollars. This is money that you all are bringing to the table, walking in the door, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then Representative Larson just talked about the money. Sorry, no pointing. I apologize. We've got that 10 million that's already been appropriated. And so, okay, that's all I got for now. I just want to make sure I had those straight in my head. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Please.
And one of you may have touched on it, but if we could highlight again, if that's Jason, am I right that some of this is on state land? And so my question is the interaction with the lessee, is the lessee out when, we've heard a little bit about that, how's that coordination and there is that an additional recreation permit that's being granted, how does all of that work?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, thank you for the question. The entirety of the state shooting complex will be on state school trust land. And so the process that we've gone through is we made an application to the Office of State Lands and Investment for a special use lease, a commercial lease on this parcel of property. And in doing so, that requires consent by the current leaseholder, which is the Hoodoo Land Holdings Company, and Mountain Holdings is the Nielsen family, and made arrangement with them through a cooperative agreement for shared use of the property. So they will not lose their grazing lease. They'll continue to graze. What they will lose is a little management flexibility, because in our peak shooting season, it's probably not likely we'll have a lot of livestock out there. But we've come to an agreement with them. Last Thursday, we presented it to the State Lands Board and received concurrence. And so we'll be leasing that at roughly $26,000, $28,000 a year.
Thank you. So on your contribution and time structure, and then your operational costs of roughly 750,000 annually, is that correct? 4 employees. Then walk us through the implementation of this. I mean, and what you have to do and continue to do before it happens, and what you envision on, and Larry, you might want to jump in whenever, or in terms of level 1, level 2, and level design, and then construction, and that process, and how you envision that. Do you envision having this operated through the construction department, the state capital or construction department, or some different kind of a blend entity to proceed through those next steps?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the questions. There's quite a few. There is a long process that will continue as we move forward with this project. Our Joint Powers Board will be established in early January. It's a committee of 9 business-minded people who represent tourism, economic development, shooting industry, competitive shooting, and local government. And so they will basically drive the ship from here on. What our intent is at this point with the $50,000 that was given, contracted to us by the Management Council, we've hired people to begin some of that finalization of what you'd call a level 2 or a schematic design phase. So we're right in the midst of that. Through that schematic design phase, our consultant is going to identify those components that need to have further design to take them out to bid. For example, the event center for this facility is an approximately 16,000 square foot building. Certainly that's a building that needs to be designed by an architect, civil engineer for the parking and access roads. And so we'll take that part of the project to bid. There are other components though. For instance, the design of the, let's say the trap and skeet and the Olympic bunkers. That's not necessarily a project that you'd want to take to a public bid when we know that there are companies that will assist us in the design and the implementation of that. The gentleman we've worked with in the past, his name is Hayward Cunningham. He runs a company, he's the CEO of a company called Promatic that is a significant provider of shooting targets. He's actually designing the LA Olympics venue right now. He's been working with us on the design of what we will be doing at the Park County facility. So there'll be a blend of the pieces that will go through a traditional bid process. And then there will be a few things that will be done using some people with expertise, obviously vetting to make sure that we're getting the best bang for the buck. But then some of these things, some of these items, as we learned from Walt Pruill at Cameo, can be self-performed by staff. So that begs the question between now, when the legislation is passed and the governor signs the bill and the money is released through an MOU with the state parks, what happens next? Well, then we need to sit down and start looking at, does the Joint Powers Board need to hire a manager at that time to coordinate all of these activities? Because there will be many things. And so if you saw in that our operational startup capital budget, 300,000, that's what we anticipate happening, is we're going to have to hire, as a local entity, someone to manage this facility at the outset, probably beginning sometime, maybe as soon as this summer. And so that person will guide that construction process through mid to late June of 2026, when we anticipate having a soft opening and then fully being open in 2027. I hope that answered your
And as
question.
I run the numbers in my head, we're still about $3 million short of getting to where we need to go. And so I presume that's just part of the process as we begin to head down this path.
Mr. Chairman, I think what I'm hearing you say is that you take that 750, 250 maintenance and times it by 3 until we're started. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm just trying to add up all the figures that we've run.
So obviously, the 750,000 annual operating cost is when we are fully operational. We won't have 6
understand that,
employees.
but it looks to me like the total up and running all in is around 19 million. And so 10 plus 6 plus 3 is 19 million. That's how I got there. Pretty simple.
But that's part of the project cost.
Right,
When you look at our budget, that startup operation, 300,000 is part of that. Yes. I think you included the additional 3 from tourism. Is that correct?
Joe, that's my question that was coming, is where does that other 3 come from in your current plan?
Mr. Chairman, if you look at the Section 345 materials that we provided for you, is there is an ask for 3 million from that tourism reserve
Okay,
account.
I heard that earlier. I just wasn't sure it was an addition to or.
That would be a new addition. The 10 million was never anticipated to be the be-all and end-all, because we had no idea at the start, other than a very rudimentary idea of what a facility like this might cost. And so it was only after a site was selected that we had any opportunity to start really getting an idea of how many roads and trails and all that sort of thing. So there is the ask for the additional 3 million from the tourism reserve account. There's ample funds in that account, and this is a project that's precisely what that account was created to assist with.
And so then my next question is, as we develop this private kind of a public partnership with the Park County, and this is a very similar conversation we had just recently with our folks down at the State Fair on some of the new buildings that they want to do in. If we find that this is not cash flowing the way it needs to, and there are going to be additional operational dollars, then I'm just presuming that you'll be able to work with the state of Wyoming to have a operational agreement on those cost-sharing issues as well, to help cover those operational costs till the thing is up and running. And so, for example, with Douglas, we talked about some type of a quarter-cent spec tax that they could come out with that would be dedicated to constructing a new building on the state capitol grounds. But it's just a cost share component to help lock in, if you will, the commitment from the community and the commitment from the state to proceed, because nothing's guaranteed, but budgets are always wonderful, but if costs exceed those costs, then I think some of us in the legislature would envision more of a cost-sharing component to get this thing up and running on those shorter-term, medium-term operational costs. So I just throw that out there to kind of set that seed with you and your thought processes on that.
So, Mr. Chairman, I can't speak for local spec tax, so that sort of thing. But I do believe that the MOU that will be entered into, and perhaps Director Glenn can field it, we'll take a good look at those kinds of issues and say, what if? What if we fall short? What's the plan? And I believe that can be addressed in the MOU agreement.
Well, and frankly, that's why I'm bringing it up, because everyone has to have their cards on the table when we go through this process and when we vote for it, and to know that everyone's got skin in the game. I mean, obviously, the legislature is totally in favor of this. It's a beautiful idea. We love the commitment, the whole idea. We just want to make sure we're all jumping off the cliff together, if you will.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, if I may, to try to specifically address that, because we've had those discussions early on with the task force. And so when we looked at this, we asked those communities what type of shared governance structure and financial structure, and we got a range of alternatives. It's a state facility, you guys run everything. But where the task force came out is consistent with your line of questioning, is we felt like if there's going to be a local sponsor, an entity, that they should have part of the skin in the game for the ongoing operation and maintenance facility. So within this language in this proposed section 345, it contemplated that. And there was one typo in there, and that's my fault for not catching it, but we always anticipated in conversations with all of the proponents and projects up front that there's got to have some perpetual operation and maintenance skin in the game. And so the way that's structured, it was supposed to be a 75% local. They're on the hook for the annual operation and maintenance, and the state would contribute 25%. And I'm not aware of any other arrangement in the state of Wyoming where we have that for a state facility. But we felt that was a fair, ongoing, continual, perpetual obligation. There's also some language in there that says if this thing really starts to cash flow, we just continually back the state share out of it. When this thing becomes self-sufficient, there is absolutely no contribution by the state. That's in that section 345, or 345. But to your point, I think absolutely within this proposal is that 75% of the cost of the ongoing operation and maintenance would be borne by the locals. That's the way the agreement would be crafted between the State Parks Division and the Joint Powers Board to run this facility. I hope that answers your question, Mr. Chairman.
I do, and that's why I asked it, because that has a much sweeter flavor for people on this side of this table versus on your side. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. A little clarity from Senator Hicks. At a previous meeting, I just want to make sure I'm on track, and so line me down if needed. At a previous meeting, I thought you had shared that the square footage for this facility would come online as state square footage and then be eligible for state major maintenance dollars.
So, Mr. Chairman, I learned a long time ago, never argue with the chairman of a committee that has been on chairman of that committee for a long time. And so I stand corrected because I didn't necessarily understand the process. So what I think that conceptually we've talked about with the state agencies is that really comes down, and I would ask if any of them are inclined to do so, that should come down between those state agencies because it is state property, both the land, the school foundation, but the construction of anything out there will ultimately belong to the state. That should probably be negotiated based on what we'd normally do through the State Building Commission and state parks, is what's eligible. I'm not qualified to tell anybody what's eligible for major maintenance and what's routine maintenance. So the discussion that we've had is we should leave that to the SBC and the State Parks Division to work with the Joint Powers Board to identify those facility components that are eligible for those major maintenance and which ones they would be responsible for routine maintenance. So I hope that clarifies and answers your question.
Thank you. And that makes sense. And there are a few other entities or buildings out there where it's a joint venture between the state and other entities. Oil and Gas Commission or some other ones are similar to that. But I mean, that would all be part of the ultimate MOU that we put together. Okay. Representative Larson.
Thank you. Director Crowder, this is probably more for you. We was talking about that temporary use permit on them. Those, I think, if I've understood accurately in past conversations, those generally have a time limit on them. And if that's accurate, are you able to, in this, do you have the ability to extend those? There's a lot of investment on infrastructure that you'd hate to have time limited out, even though you can renew that. But how do we get around that, or was that even necessary to get around?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, Jason Crowder, Interim Director for the Office of State Lands and Investments. Good question. As was indicated earlier, the Board of Land Commissioners did consider this lease proposal last week and did approve it. Part of that approval came with a 75-year lease term, which is the maximum allowed in legislature to account for everything that you just spoke about.
Thank you.
Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just building on what you were asking too about the risk, and on our side of the table, we always think about the risk because we're talking about the taxpayer dollars and the investment that you're asking for. So let me give you a scenario and see if this is along the lines. I think this is for you, Mr. Clausen, as a forward Cody, but you've got a number. Well, let me ask first question. How many hotel rooms do you have plus minus in Cody operational?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Guru, 2,500.
Okay. So on a summer day in Cody, busy season, parks rolling, everything's going, museums open, everything's just running, how many people a day come into town?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I could answer specifically how many people come to town.
Come through.
I can tell you that, we at the museum do about 200,000 visitors a year. And I believe that occupancy rate, when we looked in the middle of the summer, the data from Ryan Hauk from Park County Travel Council, occupancy rates are 68, 67%, I believe, is what that was in July.
So follow up. So the vision I have, I'm trying to assess this risk. So on an off-peak day, you have a group come in to an event at the shooting complex. The hoteliers are going to be incentivized to put out a lower rate. The restaurants are going to give a break on meals. Your facility, which is arguably one of the best in the world, is going to be open and running. All these things working together in concert are going to make this a better play for us from a risk standpoint because you've got everything in place already. All those pieces, the museum, the hotel rooms, the restaurants, all those things are already there in place operating, correct?
I would say yes, they are in place and they are operating, and those relationships with the industry, not only with the industries that we currently have operating there and the ones that are currently looking at Park County, but then that relationship that the museum already has with those manufacturers. We always talk about SHOT Show, this will be my 14th year. We have those relationships.
Okay, so that's something that we can take forward saying, this minimizes that risk. That is something that we can hold out to the bodies and say, if this moves forward, this is there is risk. There are, no one can say for sure, but you're ahead of the game in a lot of those factors.
I would say that we're being exceptionally proactive. The museum, Cody Firearms Museum specifically, has had a booth and a presence. We don't just attend SHOT Show, we have a booth there. Well, we've moved our location and tripled the size of that booth, and with the idea that we are going to be speaking about and building the awareness for the Wyoming State Shooting Complex. And we are happy to volunteer to do that. But that just, all that does is start to plant that seed and build that awareness and be able to answer some questions. We may not have answers to all the questions, right? A lot of that's going to be answered by you folks. But we are going to take those resources that we have and put boots on the ground, and we're going to be out there doing our very best to promote this Wyoming State Complex that every citizen can be very proud of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I add some substance to that, sir?
Please.
And Senator, I think your question is really apropos in that bringing 400 or 500 shooters on a weekend to Cody is not some big surprise. We do this type of thing all the time. Glenn Ross said that this is in our DNA, and it really is true. We love to host people. We're a hospitality community. We're positioned to accept what's here, and we're positioned to grow our businesses accordingly to support any increases that occur because of that. So we think we're a natural location for it, and we see not only growth in the tourism-related businesses and that are already there, but growth in businesses that could be, including those in the firearms and outdoor products manufacturing industry. So it's going to be a win, not only for Park County, for Cody, but for the state of Wyoming.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and just speaking to skin in the game, I think that's a lot of the question. We're both looking at each other and expecting skin in the game. I feel like we've already got a lot of skin in the game, and some skin has been removed. We've had 50 to 70,000 in hard cash dollars invested in this so far, and that doesn't count the just thousands of volunteer hours that we've committed as a community. And you've seen the city and the county representation here and our representatives, and we're all in. We believe in this. We think it's a perfect thing for Cody, and we think we can pull it off, the best in the state, and we think we can succeed. And we have some skin left to provide to this project, and we're going to provide it all. And we've got a history of performing and raising funds in our community that is exceptional. And we've got the contacts, the industry and private, local, and we've got a plan to execute that when you allow us.
Okay, appreciate it. Okay, further questions or comments?
Good work.
Dale, do you have any comments you want to bring to this process? And what I'd particularly like to hear is how you might be able to tag into the work that they're already doing and make it so that it flows quickly and smoothly as opposed to government speed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dale McComey, State Construction Department. It was an interesting exercise, Mr. Chairman, that you asked us to undertake. So again, we visited with the folks down in Colorado. We also looked at the new facility that's supposed to come online in South Dakota here in '25, but also visited with Mr. Klesson. And in going through that process and looking at where they're at, I think they've done a really professional job to this point on their planning, what we call our level 1, level 2. We had a good dialogue on kind of where they're at this point and maybe what's needed. You heard the comments that, after our discussion, we felt there probably was some things that needed to be looked at with a little higher cost. That was based on some of the building, and it was based on the contingency funds and particularly where they were at the point in time. For example, we talked about their water supply. So there's a couple different areas that they were looking to drill a well. One of them's right next to where the building would be located, obviously a lot cheaper than a second site that they were looking at that they might be piping water for a quarter mile or so to get to the facility. So things like that, we had a good dialogue on, but where they're headed, so we had our state statute out looking at level 1, level 2, and as our conversation progressed, we were just going down, checking this off, and they were hitting all the markers. It was good to hear the environmental assessments, for example, things like that I think a lot of times folks don't take into account. They're already there. They're ahead of the game on working with that. So I'm very comfortable, particularly with the figures that they're showing in looking at South Dakota, where they're $20 million or so for that facility. Cameo is a little bit of a hybrid where they got some funding and then they did an awful lot of just self-performed work and even the construction design type of stuff because of the manager and the folks they had involved had that background from their years in private industry. And so they did a lot of self-performed work, but again, talking with Forward Cody, I think that's all accounted for. And so I'm comfortable with that. There was a conversation about major maintenance dollars. Director Glenn and myself have had conversations on that. We would sit down, once we have a better idea of the facility and the components within the facility, take a look at that, see what would be eligible under that major maintenance, and rather than invent a new wheel where perhaps we would oversee that directly in those major maintenance funds, we would do just like we do with state parks now. We would put together that estimate for major maintenance, take that to the State Building Commission, and then once that's approved, we just kick it over to state parks like we do with the rest of their budget, and then they can be the transfer agent since they're already working directly with the shooting complex folks, whoever that may be, joint powers that would work out. So I think we've got that figured out, how that would look in the future. And so as much as I'd like, since I'm a shooting fanatic myself, like to be directly involved in it, I think the mechanism that is working right now through this process is probably the way to go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Dale? All right, further questions? Committee or new committee? Any further presentations, Art?
Don't think there are any further presentations, Mr. Chairman. I just say that we're very optimistic. This group has worked so very, very hard. And when many of the other proposals we had were counting on full-time state employees to operate the facility once it was built, the Park County proposal never envisioned that. Said, no, we're going to do this. We're going to do it with a joint powers board. We're going to make sure that we have people who can run this thing. That they never asked us to staff it with game and fish personnel or state parks personnel. And so with the matching system that we have in place for the operation and maintenance for those initial years when the shooting complex is getting started, getting its name known, and starting to market and attract matches to their facility, we just have a well-organized plan here. And I concur with Director McComey that we're on the right track.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead.
First, Representative Wash, hats off to you for all the work that you've done. I've got to tell you that, let me go back to being mayor. I was going door to door and somebody said, you really need dog parks in this town. I'd never heard of such a thing. Dog parks. But I took a leap of faith, turned out it worked. And then somebody said, we really need community gardens. I thought, where are these people coming from? Took a leap of faith, turned out it works. Then Senator Hicks comes to me about a shooting complex. I thought, well, it's worth a leap of faith. And I'll tell you, it was worth the leap. This is pretty impressive. This is a lot further than I thought it would ever go. And there's still more to go. And we have a proposed Section 345 in front of us. The Cody people have some fair amount of money invested already. What I'm wondering is if this committee were to make an endorsement, non-binding of course, because we won't be here next year, but a recommendation to the next committee that they adopt this Section 345 for the budget. Does that help you or help the Cody people in terms of moving forward and trying to get preliminary commitments from corporate sponsors and doing some of the things they need to do if they've got at least a nod from the legislature that says, yeah, at least this committee is interested in moving a little bit forward and recommending to the next committee that they do so?
Let me answer that question. Of course it would help. The real question is, will it help the next committee? But anyway, we'd be happy to have that discussion when we, at this committee.
But pardon?
I'd say this committee would be happy, I think, to have a vote or take it on that.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that may or may not help endeavors with the following joint appropriations committees.
I venture to say that our view carries some weight with the incoming committee. I haven't seen any of them duck down. so far. Yeah, they're sitting by you. Go ahead, please. Art?
We definitely would ask for that recommendation today from the Joint Appropriations Committee of the 67th.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
You bet. Anything else? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Pretty exciting.
Now, Mr. Co-Chair, you know Sheridan and Cody are sister cities, right?
I did not know that. I thought you
Yeah,
were a brother.
Buffalo, the stage would stop in Sheridan and then move on to Cody before it went to the park. And Buffalo Bill, he built the Sheridan Inn and the Irma. And he laid out the town of Cody with the then mayor of Sheridan, who was a surveyor.
So Sandy Newsom said that Sheridan was a stepsister.
Could be. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I like the track you were taking there, and I'm wondering if it wasn't too much skin in the game on your part, if that would be appropriate to do now, or maybe that was intended to take a vote as a recommendation that we could carry? I don't.
Close and move.
Oh, thank you.
That's the
Sorry for the question. I just didn't
No,
understand.
that's how we all learn.
First rodeo. So
Yeah.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. Is there any public comment on this issue, just by chance?
There's no one online. There might be some folks in the room.
No comment from Sandy.
This on first. Name is Frank Magazine. I did not come here with any intent to make any comment on anything. I'm in a learning process, but I'll define myself, although called many things, I'll define myself as the interested citizen of Wyoming at this time. This is exciting. This is really exciting. One of the things, though, I wanted to ask is, although I'm sure we won't have a halftime show at some point with Beyonce, I'm sure that, you know, looking at the pictures I did in a setting for this is going to be an amazing facility, and one that, with the planning that's been done and the work that's being done, can be driven to be the Super Bowl of shooting. With something like that, of course, brand sponsorships. Just wondering, and I apologize if this has been covered and I missed it, or it's in the packet and I missed it, but I'm just wondering if any thought has been given to brand sponsorships, both during the operation as well as during the building, actually, you know, putting in certain brands of shooting stands and all the things that go with that. To me, as a business owner and runner before, having that type of exposure is worth a lot of marketing dollars. So I'm just wondering what advantage might be there. And thank you for the opportunity and the work you're doing.
Mr. Chairman, I'll let Glenn handle that. If he wants to talk about it, you got it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. It's a huge part of our commitment and our raise and our skin in the game is, Mr. Bruce Sowers at the museum and the industry contacts we have there and the industry we already have in our community. That's a major part of our fundraising effort, and we're well on our way to a lot of contacts there. Of course, they're looking for some commitment from the state of Wyoming. It's a little bit chicken and egg, but we're ahead of that, and we feel that we've got that as a major part of our plan is major industry sponsors, because there's going to be a lot of desire to be a part of this world-class shooting complex, especially in a gun-friendly Second Amendment state, and where we're located and what we can bring to the table. So yes, that'll be a big part of it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Any other public comment? Do we have anyone else online or anybody else? Okay. All right, thank you very much, Don. Take us to our next project.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Co-Chair, though,
Would you like to entertain a motion?
Yeah, I would move that we make a recommendation to the incoming committee that we recommend that they incorporate this section 345 into the governor's supplemental budget. We've looked at it. I think the merits are certainly there, and it does say that, you know, there's still more to do with the governor to move it all forward, but that at least for what it's worth, we think it's worth moving forward. That would be my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Move in second, discussion,
Mr. Chairman,
please.
can you tell me, you've been on this committee for quite a while, have these motions like this been done before for future committees then to adhere to that recommendation?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Co-Chair. As the bringer of the motion, they don't have to adhere to it. It's merely our recommendation. This has not been done before, but then again, I've never seen anything like this where these folks are wanting to move forward and just a nod, non-binding from a legislative committee can help them, I think, in terms of gathering sponsorships and so forth. Non-binding sponsorships.
Yeah, so I would say that the motion is in terms of a non-binding recommendation in support of the proposed shooting complex as presented. Pretty simple. Everyone understand the motion? Yep. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? My motion carries. All right.
It's 4 o'clock, make it. What else we got?
LaPrelle.
Call back. Oh, well, wow. All right, we'll be here for a while. That's okay.
Say what?
Rolling. Oh, really? So are you getting dual pay?
No, I should have negotiated that a little.
Welcome. So next is the update on the LaPrelle Dam. Please introduce yourself and educate us.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jason Mead with the Director of the Wyoming Water Development Office. Before I get started, I just want to recognize Thad Eisenberger sitting behind me here. He's the water manager for the LaPrelle Irrigation District. And then also Pete Roush with RESPEC. They're one of the engineers that's working on this project for the district as well. So if we have questions I can't answer, I'm going to pull some of them up.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I understand you want to know about funding. I'm going to kind of jump back and forth a little bit between funding and timelines. And I'm assuming everybody, for the most part, knows what's going on with LaPrelle Dam, but just a quick recap. So this dam was originally built or finished in 1909. It's about 135 feet tall, a little over 300 feet long. It's a slab and buttress dam if you've seen any of the pictures in the news. So it's basically if I took my 3-ring binder and made a bunch of concrete buttresses that looked like that and then put a concrete slab on the front face, that's what we're dealing with here. In 2019, our office was asked to do a study that was a follow-up to a master plan and a watershed study for the district. And they wanted to look at the potential for, it's in a tight little narrow rocky canyon. And in a previous year, when they had high runoff, they had one of the boulders the size of a car fall off the side of the canyon. They wanted to know if that happened again and rolled into a buttress, would we have problems with our dam? So we called it the rock fall analysis. When we started into that project, again, engineers were hired to go out and take a look at that. One of the first things I saw looking at these buttresses were significant cracking. Again, this is do the math, 115-year-old or so dam. So they started noticing these cracks. And at that point, the concerns pretty quickly switched from rock fall to more focus on the dam itself. So with that came core samples, trying to get a better understanding of the design of the original dam. Back in 1909, it wasn't state-of-the-art to put rebar in concrete structures as much as it is now. So it was kind of more experimental at the time. So every other lift has rebar in it. There's 12-foot lifts. And then when they actually did concrete cores, they came out much weaker than expected. Typically, concrete gets stronger over time. And I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was a significantly weaker concrete than we were expecting when they cored that. So what came out of that originally was a storage restriction from the state engineer's office to limit that pool capacity to about 60%. So it stores about 20,000 acre feet when they have it full. They restricted that roughly 25 feet below the top of the dam, which gave them about 12,000 acre feet that they could store. And it's been like that up until basically this fall. At that time, there was a full dam inspection completed with drones and people hanging off ropes and that know what dams should look like, and mapping of the cracks and trying to understand where they all lined up. And at that point in time, when they understood that a little bit better, it was determined that this dam has met the end of its useful life. So they started looking at alternatives on, can we rehab it? Can we fix it? What can we do? So fast forward to, through time over the past, because that was in late 2019. There was another inspection done in 2022 by the state engineer's office. Saw similar cracking, and then here just lately, this fall of 2024, so I should mention, in the fall of 29, or it was December timeframe, I'm sorry, I said 29, I meant 19. There were crack monitors installed by the engineers, and those monitors were, started seeing some anomalies that were noticed in basically this fall, late summer of 2024. The district and the engineers started to have conversations with the state engineer's office about this. Our office got more involved, and it was determined these crack monitors were on the outsides of the dam, so up against the canyon walls, more or less, and it was indicative of something potentially occurring in the middle of the dam. And so another dam inspection was completed about the second week of October, just this past couple months. And what was found was a fairly significant, about a 10-foot long crack that had an inch and a half offset just above the outlet works, a vertical crack. And then after additional crack monitoring and mapping, there was a shear crack on one of the buttresses in the middle that basically went from the slab, so very high up, all the way down to the foundation, which the engineers determined that was actively failing, more or less. About the same time, early October, probably a little bit before that, there was a little bit of water left in the reservoir. It's after irrigation season, before spring runoffs. There wasn't much, but the district decided to drain that out. And then additional conversations started happening about, what does this mean? What can we do to either fix it or what? Different modifications. That led to a breach order by the state engineer on November 1st. And that was down to elevation 5,400. So it's basically, top of dam is 5,500. It's 135 feet tall. So there's been sediment over the past 115 years that's accumulated. So that's basically 5 feet above the sediment level. Really no water at all would be stored at this point. So that's the breach order. And if the district can come up with another idea that could breach it higher, that would be safe, and that a Wyoming certified engineer would stamp, and that the state engineer's office could, I guess, review and agree with, then they could do something different. But the breach order, and I don't want to get into that too much, but the biggest issue is that the outlet works have very little capacity. And on a very normal basis, a spring runoff would exceed that outlet works capacity. And so the first real opportunity that could happen is April 1st. So this dam, per the breach order, needs to be decommissioned by April 1st. So basically, since that breach order has come out, our office has been working with the district. We've been working with the district over a number of years now to reconstruct the dam. And, a lot of activity, obviously, to determine how can the district procure a contractor to decommission it, what permitting do we have to get in place, and so on and so forth, and funding and all that. So now I'm going to start jumping around a little bit, and you feel free to ask me questions however and whenever, but I know you want to know about funding. So currently, in 2022, as a Wyoming, or the state legislature supplemental water bill, there was $30 million from LISRA that was set aside for reconstruction, and there's more design, decommissioning, construction for that type of work. As part of and initially, I should say, trying to think of the time frame here. There was an estimate done about that time of $118 million I should say that was last year that we knew of. Because we since took that 2022 dollars and we made it a water development project so we could legally administer the project in last year's omnibus water construction bill. And at the time, the cost estimate was $118 million. In 2021, we all know that the bipartisan infrastructure law was signed into law through Congress. The district worked very hard working with congressional delegates. There was funding put in there under a CARE Act section that LaPrel fits, and that was for $100 million. So our office has been working, and that was going to be administered through the Bureau of Reclamation. And our office has been working with the Bureau basically since the beginning to try to acquire that funding. We've asked for all of it pretty much every time we've asked for funding. Of course, federal government doesn't like to give all the money out at once. They like to put it out in spend plans. But we are fairly confident that LaPrel Dam is the only project that meets the requirements of that $100 million worth of funding in the bill. When I say the bill, bipartisan infrastructure law. So currently in 2023, yeah.
So when you say LaPrel's the only dam in Wyoming, the only dam in the nation,
The only dam in the nation.
the only dam in the nation, are there interests in other states that have dams, but this is the only one that qualifies?
I can't speak about the interest. I'm sure everybody would like to have more money to build or rebuild dams, but
Follow up, so I guess I'm wondering how we know that this is the only one that really qualifies, based on what?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I think a lot of thought was put into how that language was put together for the bill in the first place.
Okay.
And that's our knowledge of, that's the only one that fits.
I see, thank you.
So, okay, in 2023, and I'm talking about federal fiscal years, we acquired state of Wyoming through Water Development Commission, $5 million of that $100 million. And then in 2023, in 24, that we were asking for 30 more million, and this was kind of based on conversations on how they wanted to dole it out, the Bureau of Reclamation. At that time, they said that they would need 3% to administer that funding, the Bureau of Reclamation, so that took 3 million out of the 30 million in 2024. And then here in 20. No, out of the, so they wanted to dole it out, 30 million. Yeah, 31, 34 to get the whole 100 million out. So that dropped it to 27. I'll get, you don't need to write all these numbers down. I'll get to the punchline here eventually. So there's, in 2025 and 26, there would be 31 more million provided and then 34 million. And we've again asked, can we just get the remainder of the funding, which equates to 65 million, all in fiscal year 25? And again, that's federal fiscal year. We haven't heard back on that yet.
Mr. Chairman, sum total being 97 million, 3% going to admin.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. Okay, so now I'm going to jump back and forth a little bit more between timelines and funding. So we've got the decommissioning sitting right in front of us that needs to be done by April 1st. Again, I'm not the state engineer. I'm the director of the Water Development Office, so we are trying to help the district get this done as soon as possible so there's not potential for risk to life or property if something were to happen in the spring. So the district at this point, we have a contract or an agreement with the district for this funding that is in place either through the state legislature, the 30 million there, and then what we're bringing in through the Bureau of Reclamation. And then the district has hired a contractor, or an engineer, I should say, to complete the design. Currently, we're at 30% design on the dam. So moving forward with decommissioning,
Go ahead.
Just for clarification, you're at 30% of design of the new dam
That's
or
right.
of the demolition of the existing dam? Just trying to follow which track
Yeah.
we're designing and where we are in the process.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Walters, I apologize, I'm jumping around a lot. We are at 30% of the reconstructed dam, or the new dam, I should say.
And to make sure, just want to know where it's going to go. Is it going to go back in the same footprint, or is it close, or?
It's a couple hundred feet downstream.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And the original thought was to use the old dam as a coffer dam to help control water during construction of the new dam. And now this latest development, that isn't looking as possible. So the timeline right now that I know of with the engineer that's working with the district is that they will award a contract to a demolition contractor and give notice to proceed probably by the end of January. And then decommission to some acceptable level or flow condition to where they can bypass any kind of spring runoff by that April 1st deadline. And then there's going to need to be some cleanup and final grading and kind of things like that. Probably it'll go to maybe June 1st, but at that point, trying to meet the April 1st deadline of the breach order. The decommissioning of the dam was always thought of as part of the reconstruction of the dam too. It was just going to be done after the new dam was reconstructed, and then it wasn't quite decided would they do it after they filled the reservoir, before they filled the reservoir, what have you. But there was a cost estimate put together for that. But considering that now we are trying to breach this dam under a much shorter timeline, and in winter conditions, we're anticipating it's probably going to be more than what was originally budgeted. Now getting back to funding on the decommissioning, I've had conversations with the Bureau of Reclamation about the timing. They understand the situation. They've given us approval to use their funding now instead of later for the decommissioning. So that's all in place. Now, more towards the reconstruction side of things. Again, I already mentioned.
So, Mr. Chairman, did you have the number for the decommissioning? Did you give us that?
We don't know that number because they're basically, they as in the engineer in the district are going to be putting out their RFP.
Perfect.
They've got a plan to go through.
And had you always anticipated the decommissioning being part of the overall $100+ million? Or is this additional to this 97, the 127 that we have through state and federal?
The cost of the decommissioning was always considered as a part of the overall cost.
Okay.
Now I'm going to get to what the new cost estimate is from the 30% design in just a second, so I'll put more numbers in front of you.
And have we talked about any local component, irrigation district funding?
At this point, no, because we've got the federal funding in place and we plan to spend that first.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so 30% design on the new dam is complete. Again, to build the new dam, the engineer is in place with the district, and then they will hire the contractor to complete the new dam And the State of Wyoming Water Development Commission will be kind of the pass-through funding. Of course, we'll be involved just like we have been with our expertise and trying to help the district in any way possible with review of things and all that. So, okay, so the procurement method for the reconstruction of the dam has been determined by the engineers to go through a construction manager at risk, which is basically you bring a contractor on during the late stages of design to help probably bring in value engineering type stuff. Hey, you could build it that way, but if you did it this way, you'd probably save some money. So that's going to be done, and they're going to be putting that RFP out soon to get that CMAR, I guess, procurement for that contractor in place by hopefully sometime this spring of 2025.
They manage that risk, do they not? It's more than just a recommendation, CMAR. They then govern the project and ensure that the value does stay in place.
Right, so eventually you get a guaranteed maximum price, and then I believe the way I understand it, we've not done a lot of these, I haven't done any actually through the Water Development Office, is that that CMAR, or the contractor, will then bid out those parts of the project underneath his contract, and if we get him, or hers, and if you can get them cheaper, then that cost savings would come back to the project.
Who's managing all the overall process? Is it BUREC or?
No, we're doing the best we can to manage this. The district's doing the best they can. The bureau's the suitcase of money coming to the state of Wyoming. And of course, I should say the engineer, RESPEC and HDR have been doing all the heavy lifting on this. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jason. I'm floating around those numbers. What's left is there any money left in Water 3 from where you are right now? You're talking about $100 million in federal, $30 million that we provided in '22. Is there anything left in Water 3 beyond that?
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, Water 3 is our dam and reservoir account through the Water Development Program, for those that don't know. By statute, that is for building new dams of 2,000 acre feet or larger, or rehabilitation of enlargement of existing dams of 1,000 acre feet or more. So technically, this falls under our rehabilitation program, account 2. To answer your question, we do have $44 million currently in account 3.
Follow-up?
That's unappropriated.
Follow-up, so, but that would take a statutory change to access those dollars for this project.
Mr. Chairman,
No?
we've transferred funds from different accounts in the past.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
not necessarily.
Account 2 or account 3, the 44 million?
Account 3,
3.
yeah.
So with the 100 million, is there matching requirements?
No. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
It's 100% grant. Just maybe to finish out the numbers here. So let's see, where was I? Okay, so NEPA, of course, we have to go through NEPA, both with the decommissioning and the reconstruction, anticipating to be done by mid-2025 on that. There's potential for some early work packages to keep this thing moving as quickly as possible on staging areas, roads, materials, compiling or stockpiling materials, potentially foundation work of the dam. So expecting design and starting construction sometime in mid-2026, and then completion of construction sometime in 2029. Now, the numbers associated with the reconstruction are, in basically this spring, we were given the 30% design cost estimate, and that number is 137 million. But with the unknowns and the design that needs to be completed, they've given us a range of anywhere from 116 million to 178 million. So if you run the numbers on, the federal funding, the state funding that's been spent to date on design and the administration for the Bureau of Reclamation, and you use that high number, the 178 million, you would be $56 million short of meeting that. And because what I've mentioned about the unknowns associated with the short time frame to decommission, I've just been rounding that up to 60 million. shortfall at this point, because it does seem like as we progress through design, estimates continue to raise or go up. So that's kind of where we are, and I'd be happy to continue to take questions.
22,000 acre feet that is stored behind it. How many acres does that allocated towards? I think it's around 22,000, is that right?
Mr. Chairman, roughly 11,500 acres.
11.5.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Jeremy Harrelson, House District 4. A couple questions. How many other dams in the watershed? As far as, are there others? I mean, is this one of 5? Is this one of 1? Is this? So I guess that'll be the first. I got some other follow-ups in regards to that.
Mr. Chairman, this is the only dam on Laprelle Creek that would satisfy the Laprelle Irrigation District with irrigation water.
Okay, so I guess the next question I would have probably is, well, there's multiple that kind of cascade off of that. Massive, I mean, when you take away this dam, obviously, now we're concerned about what we could see flash flood wise coming down that. So I just jumped on Onyx and had a little bit of fun and was looking at, we've got an interstate bridge, so are we concerned about the damage we're gonna do by taking the dam out? I mean, because we're kind of in a catch-22 here. We got a dam that's not safe per se, and then we also, if we take that dam out, buckle up, because I've hunted that country enough and been in that country where you could have a 10-foot literal wall of water within moments in a canyon that's 400 yards wide, and how are you handling that? And I understand we don't want that to hit a dam we're not sure it holds up, but I'm asking, have we thought about what this is? And then if, maybe an idea is, have we contacted another company or organization that might be able to give us a Band-Aid for a year or two at a third full or something, just to get that second dam built and we don't open the plug up on another problem? I don't know. So just maybe if you want to kind of speak to those, and then I'll see about maybe another follow-up.
So, Mr. Chairman, those are all concerns of everybody, is the difference between some kind of a breach of the existing dam. And I don't want to spit out numbers. I do have Pete Roush with the engineering firm that analyzed a lot of this stuff, but we're talking about on the order of, I think there was looked at where even if there was 500 acre feet behind that dam, which was associated with some of the alternatives that were looked at in the decommissioning of it, there would be 17,000 CFS, I want to say, if it breached. Come on up. That would be coming through the Ayers Natural Bridge Park there. There's also, in 2016, I believe there was 7,600 CFS just coming into the reservoir as part of natural inflow. So yes, I mean, we're concerned about all that. You can talk about liabilities, one versus the other. If the dam breaches, of course, the district's liable for all that damage downstream, I'm assuming. I'm not an attorney, but natural flood events are another thing. And again, I won't get into, because I don't know who would be liable for that. So I don't know if you want to add anything.
Mr. Chairman, Pete Roush with RESPEC. Director Mead covered it pretty well. And just in looking at, as we considered options and trying to save some storage, what Director Mead described was some minimal 500 acre foot storage to help with flooding attenuation, help with management of water through the construction project. But really that configuration and considering if even that would fail, pretty well described it. Depending on what it looks like, 17 to 25,000 cubic feet per second that would come out, and that's on the order of a 500-year flood. And so that covers it.
Mr. Chairman, the other thing I would mention is we do have approval from the Bureau of Reclamation to use some of the funding that they've provided to us to look at HECRAS models to understand at different flow rates that you might see after the dam is decommissioned and how that would then route down, because the Laprelle Creek comes into the North Platte River just above Douglas. and to understand what that would look like. And then also as part of the permitting that's being worked on for the decommissioning, there's conversations about geomorphic, or what would erosion look like downstream of the dam during this period where you're in between the old dam and the new dam. And so that'll be potentially worked on as well through Bureau Reclamation funds to understand that, and then see where the issues might be for flooding or erosion. And then this is kind of an all hands on deck as far as state agencies. We've had conversations with Homeland Security, Department of Transportation, numerous others, State Engineer's Office, obviously, to figure out where can we find funding or what have you if situations occur while the dam is being decommissioned. So
Is the new dam going to retain roughly the same amount of acre feet of water, or is it larger or smaller?
Mr. Chairman, it would be the same.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Jason, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What was the genesis of the conversation with the Department of Transportation? I would think with I-25 kind of in the crosshairs here, that they've, just in the preventative maintenance budget, there might be something we could hit them up for.
Yeah.
And if Darren Westby's listening, I know your cookie jar's empty, Darren, at YDOT, but
yeah.
What are they saying?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, we didn't necessarily talk about any particular dollars from YDOT. It was more or less helping everybody understand the situation, because there is an I-80 bridge under, or that Low Pearl Creek runs under, and want to make sure we're extra vigilant, and if anything were to occur, so.
Questions? Jason, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Alaman, House District 58. I've heard over the last few minutes a lot of discussion about tearing this thing down. Has there been any discussion or any thought in building it up and fixing it? And then another question is that I understand all the permits are in place to tear it down. Have the permits been in place to build the new one? Thank you.
We want to talk about alternatives to fix first.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Just to talk a bit about alternatives and options that were considered. Very first, and considering it, is there any way to rehabilitate the existing dam in full? That's an option that was considered and evaluated in pretty good detail in 2020, after we'd first found the issue. What it would require to do a solid rehabilitation would really require significant effort, and at that time we were looking at ultimately would cost about 10% greater than building the new full dam. So of course that's talking about rehabilitating the whole dam and trying to store 20,000 acre feet. Fast forward to now identifying the issue this fall and evaluating options. As Director Mead described, big concern on being able to do anything is really just the given timeline. The big concern of whatever solution we get in place must be in place before spring melt. And so given those constraints and constraints of the existing outlet works, we did evaluate, is there a way that we could increase capacity, discharge capacity of the existing dam to be able to control spring flooding that may occur without holding storage behind the dam. And ultimately, we looked at several scenarios like that. Again, we did want to try to save at least part of the dam for several reasons, as we've been discussing. As we worked through those options, really we weren't coming up with something that would be viable in the judgment of the engineers on the team, and combination of technically feasible and possible on the timeline. And so several meetings occurred to discuss and evaluate and brainstorm options, and really whittle down to one scenario that I described. Could we, at a minimum, store that 500 acre feet, and concluded that given our time frame, we didn't think we could implement a solution to confidently keep that structure in place, even at that level, without a failure. and then considering the consequences of even a failure at that level brought us to, it looks like the only viable option is bringing it down to, as Director Mead described, the 5,400 level, essentially gone.
Jason, you noted the NEPA process, probably an update on the NEPA process reevaluation, but so am I correct in assuming that the dam would be on federal land, and is the lake on, does the water on federal land, or is, what's the ownership structure there?
Mr. Chairman, it's all private. I'm sorry. The inundation area, the lake area is mostly private. There's a footprint of the dam is basically district property. So there is no federal property.
So then why the NEPA?
Waters of the US.
Figured there had to be some reason.
Just to maybe follow up on Representative Alleman's question in regards to the NEPA for the decommissioning is expected to be complete. Again, working very closely with all the Corps of Engineers, DEQ, SHPO, and other agencies by January, I believe, or early January. And then the NEPA and again, we're working through that under emergency conditions. The NEPA for the reconstruction currently is estimated to be hopefully complete by midsummer.
Mr. Co-Chair,
Go ahead.
reconstruction of an existing dam is not a categorical exception.
Unfortunately, we've had that discussion, and it is not. It's being completed currently under an environmental assessment, which is definitely better than an environmental impact statement, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty high speed the way it's going, so. Yeah. Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 1978, I believe it was, there was one of those, we call them 100-year gully washers that came down above the little town of Bighorn. The water backed up behind a roadway for about 2 miles. They evacuated everything underneath. Nobody would have ever believed that out of that little tiny bit of water, it could have done that much damage that quickly. I'm concerned specifically about the I-25 bridge. I'm assuming, and that's the core of my question, I'm assuming if that bridge was constructed knowing that there was a dam to mitigate flood control above, is there something that we can do to help protect the interstate down below there in the event of just a seasonal flood, which we would then no longer be able to control by the LaPrelle Dam?
Find the capacity under here, 25.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we know that, I'm aware that there was a study that has been done recently of the capacity of the I-25 bridges. I don't remember the numbers, but I know that it was not the 100-year, not in line with what we would expect for the 100-year without the dam. It may have been more in line with the 25 coming out of the watershed, but I think that is a valid concern. I know DOT is actively looking at it.
And then I would, Mr. Chairman, just add to that, again, that HECRAS modeling, which should help with some of that, to look at different flow rates that you might expect and where those hot spots might be.
So we're still rolling down the hill. We're not there yet. Well, appreciate the update. Any other questions? Okay, next we had a couple callbacks on the agenda, I believe. Are those still online? There we go. Kurt, go ahead.
Could I address the committee on this law for Rel?
You can do whatever you want. Come on up.
Well, thank you.
Who are we to deny you?
Well, yeah. First, I'd say there was some interesting math in considering that the 500 acre feet there was going to turn into 17,000 or something plus. The simple fact is that 250 cubic foot per second will fill a dam to 500 acre feet in one day. And I don't know how 500 acre feet, but 250 cubic foot per second is going to turn into 17,000 plus cubic foot per second. But, the math to me just doesn't make sense. But it is extremely frustrating that you can breach and get a NEPA and all of this stuff in a matter of weeks with people meeting several times a month, if not every week. And from 2019, we knew that this dam was designated. It's reached the useful point of its life, its end life. That was in 2019. And I'm not going to go into pointing fingers, but I can say that there's enough malfeasance and negligence to fill Glendo Reservoir, let alone La Perelle Reservoir. But that being said, is that this is going to impact all of Converse County. And I asked the Scott Meyer and the Bankers Association to find out, well, what is that impact to every bank? As it's going to run into probably the 50 to 100 million or more, the impact of what's going on here. There's a couple of ways that you could maybe keep this thing and look at least getting a back of the envelope cost to keep some water in there. If we could keep 5,000 or 6,000 acre feet, these guys would have enough water to actually irrigate for a second cutting of alfalfa. And that would mitigate the extreme costs to all of Converse County, because this is going to, whenever it hails in the country, it hails on Main Street in these small towns. So you're going to have a huge impact across everything. If you keep the water off the land for 7 years, essentially all the alfalfa is going to be dead. Anything else that they got out there, you might as well just, it's a tremendous travesty what's happened in the last 5 years. 5 years later, you got a 30%, contract as far as the completion on the engineering. 5 years later, and now they say they can start from ground zero and push this thing through, and actually get one built by 29. I don't believe it. I think this is going to be a 10-year project. If it took 5 years to get a 30% engineering on a new dam, do I really expect it's going to take less time in the way this thing is moving forward? I think that one thing that they could do, I don't know whether they explored putting in a new spillway level. They could put a new spillway level. If you look at this thing, most of the cracks are in the very top section of this. Now they've got one column that's shearing, and that could be supported, I think, on both sides with filling up the concrete like they want to do in the rehabilitation. Let's see if we can get a back in the envelope cost and time as far as rather than doing the whole dam that was going to cost and a rehabilitation that was going to cost more than a new one, dropping it down to a level from 20,000 down to 6,000 and putting the spillway at that 6,000 elevation. That's going to be digging a tunnel for about 300 feet or so, just right below the main spillway tunnel. And so what they decided to do was to just basically put square holes all the way across the dam and leave the top of the dam above it. To me, that was a huge mistake, because if you can't get all the water out of the hole, it's going to come up underneath it. Essentially, you got a torsion here with the bottom of the part of the dam starting to sink and the top actually pulling away. And I don't think you'd have to go all the way across, but if you just cut that elevation down and filled in every darn thing, you could probably have a dam that would stand another 100 years. And essentially, if you bring it down to that level, I don't believe you have to breach that or throw the rest of that dam away. You could build the other dam behind it and then breach the bottom of it and leave it standing in the creek. The other things that you can do to mitigate those things is that you could take the rubble off the top of that and move it downstream and actually have an area where the rubble would slow down any breach or anything that would happen, that would kind of diffuse the water and slow it down. And essentially, you could do the same thing. You could go upstream and put in some, basically some boulder dams or different things in the bottom of those streams, so when you have a higher thing, that would slow the water down, the velocity, and stop that. Even if they do breach it, they should probably do something like that. But I can tell you that there's a couple, 3 different ways that we could do to mitigate some of these problems or get money for the dam. And some of them exist already, but I think it's going to take some changes in the interest rate. I don't think you could charge these people more than 1%. I think it would be basically a 10-year loan. And it's probably going to be basically have to take most, if not all, of their loans that they have. And so we're trying to find out what that bill would actually do. I think we've got somewhere in the Treasurer's office between $100 and $150 million that we could put toward a public purpose investment. Now, whether it would be a public purpose investment, whether it would be, part of it would be a loan, for the dam itself through the water development, essentially it would all have to pretty much come out of the PMTF. And so there's some capacity there. And it wouldn't necessarily, from last year, you wouldn't have any reduction in the general fund revenue. And how can I say that? Because we increased our unclaimed properties by $260 million. I think we could probably say that money is going to end up to the general fund anyway. That would have normally ended up to the general funds for the PMTF. So essentially, the cash flow of the state is going to remain the same, or maybe even go up a little bit, even encumbering $150 million. So you can do a public purpose one like we've got. That would have to be modified because that interest rate is at essentially the level of the Treasury notes right now, or the time that is on the encumbrance. So that would be like what a 10-year Treasury would be. You would have to statutorily, for these circumstances, lower that to a statutory rate that was different than the PPI.
So Kurt, I'm going to cut you off.
All right.
First of all, well, we appreciate your concern for the community and for the, we all feel the same way about it. We'll spend the first $70 million before we go digging for more money, so.
Yeah, okay.
Right,
well, I'm just frustrated.
I see that.
think everybody is.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Who do we have, Don?
First up for what I'm referring to as call-ins is the Wyoming Business Council.
You want to take a quick 5-minute break? Okay, we'll do that. Appreciate your attendance this late hour of the day. We've got a few questions that some committee members wanted to ask you, so we'll just open it up, and Representative Bear, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. Director Durrell, we've spoken earlier this week, and I had asked you to bring some data here today, and I just would like you to share that with the public today. And just to be specific, what I'm asking for is we had some increases in funding in the last budget, and obviously the first year of that fund is obligated. We're already a year into this, and I would just like to know what the status of the additional funds are, what kind of obligations have been made on those, and then just a few questions about your staff and how the Wyoming Business Council is operating as far as personnel.
Go ahead, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Bear, I think I can speak to the first point about the funds and how they've been, the increase in funds and how they've been utilized and how much is remaining, for sure. I might ask you to be more specific on my staff after I get that done, if that's okay. So I think first and foremost, two of the big changes to our budget in the last biennium had to do with some positions which have been filled, and those are in the works, and those are working well. And then the other is BRC, the Business Ready Communities program was funded in additional funding for that. That currently stands at $74 million remaining in its budget. Now, one thing to remember about the Business Ready Communities budget is that it does not revert. So that represents money that has been carried forward over the course of a number of budgets. As you know, we meet quarterly, our board meets quarterly and recommends projects to the State Loans and Investment Board, and then that body decides the ultimate funding for those. We are, as I mentioned, at about $74 million left in that budget for the next year and a half. That is there. Now, we have tended to carry money forward in that because, again, we don't see it as something that we want to deplete completely. We want to utilize it in projects where it makes the most sense, and we've been able to carry that money forward. The other area that we have, that we got an increase in budget that is notable is in our small business innovation research funding that we're able to utilize. And we, again, that money also does not revert, and that money is being put forth when companies have a SBIR matching grant from the federal government. So that is a matching program.
So Josh, the 74 million, was that part of the large project components, or how much was funded in the last biennium?
In the last biennium, I think with the supplemental, I think it was 55 million.
Okay. Go ahead, Josh. I'm sorry.
Again, I'll work on the fly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going back to the BRC budget and program, you also have communities who are creating a return on investment and making payments back to the Business Council. So do those payments go back into that same pot of money?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Sherwood, those do. That's known as revenue recapture. A portion of our projects are eligible for revenue recapture, and that money does come back. A percentage of that money comes back to the state to be utilized in the Business Ready Communities Fund.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on to the questions regarding the personnel. You had mentioned that there were some increases in personnel in the last budget. Could you just describe how many of those are? You said they were filled positions, and just describe what those positions were, if you could, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear. So in our last budget session, we were able to procure a business retention and expansion position. And again, that ultimately is to understand how do we help businesses who are in Wyoming, how do we help them retain their employees and expand on their business. One is a project manager position, and I misspoke. That particular position is right now in the process of being filled. We had an individual in that role, and that person is no longer in that role. So our interview process actually kicks off tomorrow for a number of those. And then finally, a regional position. We have regional representatives around the state. We have 6 different regions. That position was added because the person who was leading that team was also a regional. And what we found is that in the region that she was operating, there was just too much work. It's in the southeast corner of the state. There's a lot going on. And for her to be able to lead her team as well as do the work on the ground, it was just too much. So the legislature was gracious enough to provide another position. That position has been filled as well, and we're looking forward to the increases there.
Thank you for that. Can you tell me what your span of control is? In other words, your reports to managers, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Bear, a couple things on that I do want to mention about personnel is that if you look back on the Business Council's history, we were, about a decade ago, we were 55 people. Now we are 38 people. And so, excuse me, 39, I wasn't counting myself. But I do work there. And so we've really done a lot to kind of broaden what we're doing and at the same time try to reduce redundancy. So as I go through my span of control, I'm happy to dive into individual areas if you would like. But the way it works is that the CEO has 3 direct reports today. The COO has 8 direct reports. The Chief Strategy Officer, or CSO, has 4 direct reports. Then our, what I would call our director level, so we have a Director of Investments, he has 5 direct reports. We have a Director of Services, he has 8 direct reports. We also have our Regional Director, as I mentioned, and she has 6 direct reports. And then our People and Performance has 3 direct reports. Then there is one other area, our Accounting Manager has 1 direct report. So for the most part, we are, we've kind of filled those direct report positions, and we feel fairly confident in the structure we have. One thing I would like to mention, though, is that in each of those teams, those directors, the people that are in those teams, in almost every case, don't do the same thing. So we don't have a team of 5 doing services. We have an individual who does business retention and expansion. We have 2 individuals who do recruiting. We have an individual who does Main Street, our Main Street program. So each of them doesn't have any direct reports. And so their job is to really work through the locals on the ground to get that work done. And I think that that's kind of we're kind of lucky in that way, is that we get to work through the local, the economic developers on the ground, the Main Street managers on the ground, the businesses on the ground, to be able to extend our, well, we'll call them unpaid workforce.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, that was all of my questions, and I appreciate your being here tonight to give me that information.
So on your BRC grants, when do you meet next to review the next set of recommendations?
Mr. Chairman, we actually met yesterday to talk about one project in particular. We have some more that are coming down the pike, but we had a board meeting on yesterday and discussed one project, and then that will go in front of the SLIB in February.
February.
Yep.
What's the dollar amount on that?
That one is a community enhancement project. It's a rather small project. It's $750,000. Our board voted 5-3 to not fund that project.
Okay.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead.
So with respect to the balance of 70-some million, I wonder if you might speak to that and why we, and I'm adding myself into the mix, or keeping that powder dry, what we're keeping it dry for. Specifically, the fact that at one point, the business council could make $1 million, $1.5 million investment in the community. And when you've come on board, and with the urging of many of us, you've been aiming for much larger targets that bring, not a local water and sewer project, but that bring jobs, good-paying jobs into a community. So could you give us an idea of how quickly that might be depleted by maybe just giving us an idea of the magnitude of some of the projects that you've encountered of late and why it's important to keep that 70 there? I hope that question makes sense.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinski, it does, that question does make sense. And I think you're right that we have choices where we can probably spread it around pretty good and sprinkle it around the state. But what we've chosen to do is work hard to look at projects that are going to actually unlock growth or create jobs in the state. And so we have looked at the larger projects. In the last few years, we've really put a focus on projects that were going to create really good paying jobs for Wyomingites or unlock untapped potential. So in the last year or year and a half, we have had projects that were on the order of $20 million, 2 of those projects. And we've had, our most recent one was in the town of Evansville. We had a project for almost $10 million, just under $10 million. And it is unlocking hundreds of acres for industrial use, and it has an anchor tenant that's bringing in a facility to expand it to, and they're gonna bring in about $80 million of investment and they're gonna double their workforce, so it'll be up around 500 jobs that will go there. And so we've been keeping our powder dry for projects like that. The challenge, of course, is that, and I don't think I would call it a challenge, I think I would call it a really great situation, is if we ran into projects like that in the next few months, which we do have some coming down the pike, that would deplete that. And while on one hand you say, well, gosh, you wouldn't have any money to operate your Business Ready Communities program, I think that we have to strike while the iron's hot and take advantage of the bird in the hand and not two in the bush. And so we have been keeping our powder dry, but we see some projects coming down the pike that might take us really close to that.
And Mr. Co-Chair, I know you have some confidentiality requirements. I don't know how far along you are on these projects, but in Evansville, are you at liberty to say what kind of business it is, what kind of jobs it is?
Mr. Co-Chair and Senator Kinski, in that case I am, because that has already gone through the public process. It was approved by SLIB. That is a project that, again, we did the very sexy water and sewer part of that project to unlock that acreage and the utilities. And the company that we're working with is Mesa Solutions. So that is a natural gas generator set company that develops gensets for natural gas production. And those jobs are about 67% higher than the county median wage, and they're technical and engineering jobs. And that's, as I mentioned, it'll go from about 250 jobs to almost 500 jobs.
Okay, and then what about, there was one in Laramie that was high profile. How many jobs? Briefly describe what that is and how many jobs?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinski, in that case, that is called a business committed project, where we'll work with the city of Laramie to develop a building for a company called Plenty, which is in the controlled environment agriculture space. That is an R&D facility, so it will be very high-paying jobs with the scientists and technical folks there doing research and development on controlled environment ag that will then be used worldwide. That is in a similar state. That will be, I believe in that case, it was around 150 jobs like that. They have a presence in Laramie today, but that'll be an expansion as well. One thing to note is with that particular project, that is a revenue generating project for the community. So Plenty will lease that space from the community. That money, as Representative Sherwood mentioned, is part of what we call revenue recapture. And depending on their hitting their targets, there's a sliding scale of revenue recapture. If they don't hit their targets, they'll pay more money back to the state. if they hit their targets, they'll still pay their 25% back to the state in all of that revenue recapture.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, then one very near and dear to my heart, I appreciate your time, but Weatherby, I think my recollection is somewhere the business counts between 10 and $14 million into that particular project. Does that sound about right?
Mr. Chairman, if you were to take those two numbers, add them together and divide by 2, you would nail it. It's $12 million.
And how many jobs?
In that case, I believe, and this is going by, I don't remember exactly what it was before my time. I think they were trying to have about 80 jobs there, but I believe they are up over 100 or 120 jobs in that particular situation.
No. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead.
So Josh, I compliment you. You're being very diplomatic and nice. But as you talked about the type of projects you're looking at, when you come on as director of the business council, we really put a lot of pressure on you to change the type of businesses that we recruited. And it really, the business council kind of had a model in place, and it was vastly different than what you use now. And I think you've responded very well to what we said we think the type of businesses that we should be recruiting, things that support the industries that are our state's industries, and bringing in and support the types of values we have and bringing those in, and you've gone out to do that. And so, but that's not been an $8,000 loan to get them, which, you know, we can look back. And so I just want to compliment you. You're being pretty nice here about why you are where you are, but you've responded really because we put the pressure on the business council to make these change. I like it. I think you're doing some great things, and I think that the types of businesses that we're seeing come into play are very good. But so my question is, am I wrong when I say that there was a shift in how that plan was administered versus how it's administered now?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, first of all, thank you. You can point your compliments at me, but you know as well as I do that it's the 38 people that are doing the work every day.
Yep.
And I appreciate that, and my team does too, because I think there's a recognition that we did change course. I think I came in here at one point and maybe said to this committee that we're most proud of the projects we said no to. And that's continuing. And what I would say is that we're working hard to make it harder to get money from the Business Council, because we feel like we have an opportunity, and maybe it's more of a privilege and a responsibility to utilize those state funds to make the biggest impact on the state and the state's economy as we can. No disrespect to any project, because we've actually never seen a bad project. We have seen projects that maybe we shouldn't be a part of. And I think that's something that we're going to continue to hone, is where can we play a role, and where should we play a role, and where shouldn't we?
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As somebody who has been told no by the Business Council, I appreciate that strategic no. And so I just wanted to call out that I think I was caught in the current of that change. And it was hard at the time to know that we needed to shift directions as a state, but that being told, no made our project and our community stronger, and then the outcome of the work that you guys are doing today much better. So thanks for the no.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up, please.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we're talking a great deal about the programs that you have, and one of them that I think is very, it's small, but it's important, because we do have a lot of small companies that do not have succession plans because they're little mom and pop shops, and we're a very very low populated state that has a lot of this, and I have seen several companies simply fold up shop instead of continuing on to serve their communities. And then when young people see the need and decide to start a new business, it's all from scratch, and it's a very difficult process. So I believe it was in 2022, we cleaned up some of the programs that weren't being used, and we started the challenge and succession loan program. And you've given me some data that shows that this is starting to really take off. If you could just describe what's been the impetus for it taking off, and your thoughts on the success of that program so far.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman and Representative Bear, that particular program, which you know all about and were key in that, is really a great example of where the role of government fits, because there is not a way for private industry to take care of that. And as you mentioned, maybe in a bigger metropolitan area, the local mechanic shop can shut down, or a mechanic shop can shut down, and then another one will spring up, or the ones that are already there will take a hold of that. But in our small communities, once a business closes, it's almost impossible for it to come back. And so that particular program has been a real way for ownership to change hands and businesses to continue to thrive in our communities and to really show that it's possible. And I believe that the number is 6 or 8. We did approve a couple more this particular board meeting that have been done. I think the biggest piece of that has accelerated it is just the knowledge that it's out there, of people knowing. And the gentleman who works on our loans is named John Windling, and he works very closely with all of the banks, because those are participation loans. It's not just the state taking that on, it's a participation loan with a bank, which we feel is really important because there's a lot of rigor that goes into that. There's a lot of partnerships that can be developed, and the person who's taking over that business has the best of both worlds in that case. And so we believe that it's like the perfect spot for us to have a surgical intervention, if you will, from the government's perspective, not be overbearing, but fill a gap that's needed. We hope, and again, I think that this so far has been a good example. We hope that it's a program that gets utilized a lot, because we do know that our smaller communities, they have one business that serves a need, and that once that business goes, things change a lot in a small town fast. So we do think that that's a really good program, and I think the use of it is because it works, because it's an intervention that works, and that it is, the word is getting out that it's available.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 2 things. I don't recall how much money is in that program. I can see the loans here, what's being loaned out, but if you could just explain how much is in there. And we've had a lot of discussion in this state and throughout our government about the loss of young people from this state. Can you speak to your impressions of how this might help with that issue?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Bear, as I sent that report to you the other day after you'd asked for it, I don't remember. I've memorized a bunch of numbers today, and that one I don't have. Oh, excuse me. It looks like Ms. Grenfell has the number here. About $3.2 million is in that account today. And so we'll keep an eye on that, because to us, if program's being utilized, we'll let the legislature know that it's working and that we need to make sure that it's healthy. In terms of keeping our youth in our state, I think it's keeping our youth. We lose about 60 to 65% of people who are born in Wyoming by the time they're in their 30s, and they do not come back. The data does not show that the boomerang effect actually happens. It's probably a lot like when I throw a boomerang, I've never had one come back. Anybody here has, that's impressive. But I think what it does is it keeps that fabric in our small communities, and it's an intervention that keeps the business climate thriving in a small community. And I believe that young people want to have that kind of opportunity. And to be able to do that with a little bit of help to get over the hump and to be able to make that happen, I think it's an area of opportunity for us to highlight.
Okay, further questions for Josh? All right, thank you very much. We've got one crew left.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Come on, change seats, and we'll keep going. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you all. We missed you during this so far. Liz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, my name is Liz Gagan, and I am the Director of the Department of Workforce Services. And with me today, I have our CFO, Robin Sanders, and we have Holly McCamey Simone, who is our Administrator for Workforce Programs, and we have Jason Wolf, who is our Deputy Director.
Okay.
And I understood that there were some questions about the positions.
And Representative Bear is going to start that question.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gagan, I apologize that I haven't had an opportunity to get with you and your team and discuss things with you. This bit of a fire hose, if you will, for me jumping in here, but I do appreciate you taking the time to come here and present some information to me. What I would like to know is a few things about the positions. We added, it looks like 14 positions in the last budget. And I'd just like to know some information about where those positions are, whether they've been filled yet, and if you have any vacancies within your organization. Also would like to know what your span of control is. And that's really all I'm asking tonight, if you could share that kind of information with me.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Representative Bear. First, our span of control is 6. That's the number in the A&I report. And talking through the positions from our budget, I believe there are 13, but there's a little bit of a question about the 14th, so I'll touch on that one too. But I've kind of categorized them in a way that's, I don't know, maybe easier for me. The first 2 are positions that were AWAC positions that then converted to full-time equivalent. The first position is with our vocational rehabilitation program, specifically our tele-relay service. Tele-relay provides captioning for people with hearing impairments, as well as provides a lot of training and equipment for people who need help communicating using the telephone, essentially. So this position, we've had an AWAC in this position since 2019, and she does a lot of work troubleshooting and training people on this type of equipment. So losing her would be difficult. The position is fully funded with the tele-relay surcharge. The second AWAC to full-time equivalent position is with our what's called Reemployment Services and Eligibility Assessment Program. And this is a new grant that Workforce Services has received from the Department of Labor. The Department of Labor says this is a good, safe funding stream that we expect to be part of formula grants. And so when we received the original grant from DOL, we did so through the B11 process, and the B11 process gave us an AWAC position. And I do want to talk a little bit, we call it RESEA, but it's a program that really unites unemployment insurance with our workforce centers. And so we use an algorithm every week, and the algorithm finds what it believes to be the top 40 unemployment insurance claimants whose duration on unemployment insurance will be the longest. And so we develop that list, and then these names are referred out to people in our workforce centers who then, I would say, kind of act as a concierge for these people to really help them look for a good job and let them know what other opportunities may be out there. It's very new in Wyoming, but the information and data that we have from other states is that it does reduce the number of weeks that people are typically on UI, and also the job fit is much better. So those people tend to then stay with that first employer longer than without these services. The next 5 positions are ones where we had been using 900 series money to contract out work that then we brought in-house. So 4 of these positions are exactly the same, and they are with our vocational rehabilitation division, and they are working with youth. We call them transition navigators, and some of the most important work that VR does is really helping students transition from being in school to what they do next. So these navigators can help these students look into careers, decide whether they want to go to college or go to a vocational school, or maybe go just into the workforce. They can help these kids with any accommodations that they may need as they kind of spark their career. From a cost savings perspective, we were spending about 1.6 million in 900 series money, but what we are spending on these 4 positions is about 425,000 a year. And in addition to that, even though we've only had the positions since July, we have already seen a 30% increase in referrals of students to our VR program. And the last of those 5 positions, which is 900 series money to 100 series money, is with a program that's called the Senior Community Service Employment Program. We call it CSEP. And this program provides training for low-income unemployed people who are over the age of 55. And what we had been doing prior to this biennium is we had an in-house program manager that oversaw a subrecipient, and the subrecipient was doing the case management work. So we brought that work in-house. And so now we have kind of spread the work out in some of our workforce centers, but they are taking on that case management piece. So there's no new money. The next, and this is why I think there's a little discrepancy about whether we received 14 positions or 13 positions. There was a position in our budget that came from House Enrolled Act 54 from the 2022 budget session. And within that bill, the legislature gave authority to DWS as well as a position to DWS to do EEO investigations and counselings for the military department. So although the position, someone was already in that position, that did appear in our budget, and depending on how you want to look at it, maybe it's a new position, maybe it is not. The next position is a fiscal position for our unemployment insurance division. We didn't ask for receive any additional funding. We just received the position. And in our UI division, the fiscal responsibilities have increased. They are responsible for, I think it was 10 programs before and about 30 programs now. So we just needed a little more fiscal control and help in our UI division. And then we kind of get to that point of the positions where they are new and they are generally funded. So we did receive 3 positions that go to the Workforce Development Training Fund. Those are 3 generally funded positions, 2 are program staff, and 1 is a fiscal person to help with all of the reimbursements. The unit had been operating with temporary staff, had a lot of turnover, and then there's a lot of additional training. So with 2 new long-term FTE program staff, we are able to kind of keep up with all of the demand that we have from businesses for training grants. And then moving on to the next position, we did receive general funds for a program manager for our Why Relocate program. And this kind of touches on a lot of what Director Durrell had to say. Director Durrell talked about the boomerang not really working. Why Relocate is trying to get the boomerang to work. So we are trying to find people in other states who are interested in living and working in Wyoming and helping them make that move. So this is a brand new position. It is filled. And then the last position is a generally funded position, and it is part of our vocational rehabilitation program. And this is an interpreter for sign language. And so this position came about as a result of Governor Gordon's report on hard of hearing services, where it was determined that Wyoming has limited resources related to providing interpreters for people who primarily communicate with sign language. And so this position is to provide sign language interpretation, as well as kind of coordinate those services throughout the state. This position is not filled. We have advertised it. We just have not been able to find a qualified person to take that position.
Okay, follow-up? Go ahead.
Yeah, several, if I may, and we can just take them a few at a time. I'm trying to work backwards, I think, from what you just shared with me. So this last position is not filled.
Correct.
Are you seeing demand for this, where you need, you have somebody in your program that's applying for a job, but they need this assistance with the sign language so that they can get a job?
This position is not necessarily related to the work we do with the workforce. This position is really to help the entire state. When entities need help finding a sign language interpreter, they will be able to find it, but it is not necessary or kind of used for the clients that we serve.
So if you could explain a little bit more detail about that military department employee and whether that's been filled or not. Trying to find it. So you mentioned an acronym, the EEO investigations.
Yes.
If you could just explain that position, whether it's been filled, whether it's a position count for you or whether it's a position count for the military department.
It is a position count for DWS, and the military department has to follow kind of a different EEO process than the state does. And it's prescribed, of course, by the federal government, and it kind of goes in 2 pieces. One is what they would call counseling. I would probably call it some type of dispute resolution. But if a member, and it only applies to certain members of the National Guard, depending on what their status is. But when one of these members were to file some sort of an EO complaint, then it would be referred to our office for some type of dispute resolution services. And then thereafter, if the dispute resolution is not successful, that employee can ask for an investigation. And so then we will have one of our employees do that investigation. In order to be able to do either this counseling or this investigation, we have to have employees who are specifically trained in this process by by the feds, for lack of a better term.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, there's, I guess, what's their workload, or what is the caseload right now for this individual?
I may ask Mr. Wolf.
Mr. Chairman, Jason Wolf, Deputy Director for the Department of Workforce Services. Representative Bear, so the position, the workload is for not exclusively for the military department. We do have them trained in that workload. So the workload for the military department varies. It's been very low since this position has come on. I think we've done about 10 counselings, and we currently have 2 full investigations underway. So we do have this position do the other state level work for the state discriminations. They also handle wage claims for people who may have not been paid what they should have from their employer. So if that helps answer your question.
It does, thank you. And we had these employees that are specifically for youth. And I'm just curious, how does this job, the way you describe it, it sounds a lot like a high school counselor that's there to help people transition out of school and into the workforce or into the university. This one wouldn't be necessarily for higher education. How does this particular job differ from just a high school counselor? And where are these people located throughout the state?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, I'm Holly McCamey-Simone. I'm the Workforce Program Administrator, and one of the divisions I oversee is vocational rehabilitation. That's where these 4 positions are located. We are charged from the federal government that we set aside 15% of our vocational rehabilitation grant to serve pre-employment transition students. Ages 16 goes up to 24. And so that amount, it's roughly about 1.5 million, I believe, has to be set aside specifically for those youth. And we have to expose them to different career options, self-advocacy, and career exploration. We typically do that in coordination with the school districts and the guidance counselors, social workers, special ed teachers, because we're serving any student that might have a potential disability or be potentially eligible for our services. So there's 4 of those navigators, and they are located across the state in 4 regional districts to cover the entire state and work with those school districts.
Thank you. So you answered my other question, and that was the age. So this is 16 to 24. And one last question, just how big is that grant that these 4 hires are meant to serve?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, I believe the full pre-ETS grant is 1.5 million, and so they oversee that for the entire state.
Thank you for coming tonight and sharing that information with me.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Director Kagan. I just would like to follow up, maybe, and this may be more towards Holly and Jason, but you guys put together some pretty significant bills last year that you worked through, and I'm just curious how the implementation of those bills have gone, that legislation have gone, and if it's, are you seeing impact from that, or just tell us how all that's going. Jason, maybe you first.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I think for me, I would speak to, I think it was House Bill 72 that we did last year, better known as probably the PFAD bill. For those that don't know what PFAD is, it's just an acronym for Provision for Adverse Deviation, a very fancy term for the surplus that exists in the workers' comp fund. So the workers' comp rates were just set If you didn't see that, we did a 12% base rate decrease. That is good news. 12%, I'll say it again. So what that means for Wyoming employers is without this bill that we put in place, just so you know, the rate would have been about 7.4% decrease. So we about doubled our rate decrease with the bill we enacted last year. I think monetarily, so people know what that means, a 12% base rate decrease is equivalent to about $27 million less premium that we'll collect from employers. So I think that's really good news for Wyoming businesses.
Businesses of Wyoming, thank you.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Director, in my experience going through the pandemic period, we did see, the operation of workforce services change as far as claims were concerned. And I'm just curious, are we back to what you would consider normal after the pandemic as far as how we handle claims and the resolution where an employer says, no, I don't think this is an appropriate claim?
Chairman Nicholas? Representative Bear, are you referring to unemployment insurance or workers' compensation?
Unemployment.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, Holly?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, we are back to pre-employment claims per week and initial claims. The unemployment rate right now is 3.2% for October, and that's well below the national average as well. So we're doing very good with claims.
Well,
Go ahead.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess my question is really more not a statistical one, but really operational one. It was kind of made clear to me that there was a time period where claims were just basically paid rather than being denied based on an investigation or a challenge from an employer. And I'm just curious if we're back to just investigating, taking both sides and making a decision like we've done in the past.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, Wyoming had a very modernized, sophisticated YUI system during the pandemic. We were fortunate compared to other states, and so that sophisticated system really helped us be very detailed with our claims. We also stood up an outside call center and had additional temp staff to help us with those claims. We no longer have that call center or those additional temp staff and are down to our normal operational staffing levels. Did I answer your question?
You've answered in staffing levels, but I think that answers the question as to procedurally, you're back to the same sort of procedures you would have followed pre-pandemic. I'm making that assumption.
That is correct, yeah. And we really strive to continue those during the pandemic as well, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Can I?
Well, Senator.
But I actually never finished my question.
who are you recognizing?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Holly, thank you for getting back to me this morning. I made it clear to you I think it was in my message to your office that I have a great interest in services to the blind and deaf. And it's been a long day for this committee, so I'm simply going to ask a few questions. You can get back to me in an email.
Okay.
I understand that you do have this independent living services for older individuals, the OIB, which I think is under, right now, grants. Is that correct? My question to you is, well, a couple questions. I would like to know more of the history of that. I'd like to know what services are being provided for our younger folks who are blind and deaf, and I hope I'm using the correct terms when I refer to that.
Yep.
obviously, I'm interested in what the state is doing beyond your specific workforce services in helping our youth who are blind and deaf. I know that you do some work, is it with the Department of Education? So I'd like to be educated on that. What does the state spend beyond those grant monies? Is there actually money that the state spends beyond grant money to help the blind and deaf in the state of Wyoming? I'd also like to know what additional services are needed that we are not currently providing for young people who are blind and deaf. And maybe you can share with me your anecdotal information on young people who are falling through the cracks because we don't have those services available to them. I'd like to know that information.
So Senator, do you mean blind and deaf or blind or deaf?
Both.
I mean, one or the other or both?
Or both,
Okay.
Correct, thank you. So if you could educate me on that, that would be very helpful with the coming decisions next year. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. What questions were you talking about, Representative Lawson?
Well, a couple of people ago, I had asked a question of those two people, and they only let one answer.
Who only let one answer?
You, because you called on.
Okay, is there another answer out
So I'm
there?
gonna take my ball and go home. Polly, could you tell us about the unemployment insurance stuff, please?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, thank you. We had two bills last year that passed, Senate File 59. That changed just a bit the allocation of the non-charge and effective charge tax rate factor. That exists still without the bill, but the way that it funnels through is a little bit different now because of that bill. And we are putting less into our UI trust fund because it's #1 in the nation for solvency and very healthy. So we're putting a little bit less into the trust fund, and now we're also putting some into the workforce development training fund. And that actually goes back to our businesses who can access those training dollars and help their employees or those people that they're about to hire, make sure that they're fully trained. So that was Senate File 59. Senate File 58 took our UI State Trust Fund, which is different than our UI Federal Trust Fund, and it moved the investment into Pool A because the investment income should have a greater return. And we probably won't see that return for a year. Okay, thank you, June of '25. But we're very hopeful that's going to produce additional revenue for our workforce development training funds as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I see no more questions. Thank you, Liz and company. We appreciate it. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Don, bring us home.
Mr. Chairman, you have a rather short agenda, but let me run through this for you tomorrow. You're scheduled to begin at 8 a.m. with the last agency with the supplemental budget request, the Attorney General, followed by public comment. Currently, there are no individuals that have signed up in person for the public comment. However, we have 3 online. Just to give you a preview, 1 did not designate the purpose. The other 2 indicated the purpose of their testimony will be EBT, the summer program, I believe, which Representative Sherwood asked about a few days ago. You have requested that the Stablecoin Commission be called in, similar to the agencies who have just appeared before you. Then you have a presentation of elected official or judiciary letters. We have received a letter from the Superintendent of Public Instruction that will be circulated, as well as Governor's Letter number 2 on the Shooting Task Force, which is essentially equivalent to your recommendation on Section 345. We have not yet received the Governor's Letter on wildfire response. In addition, there are 2 letters from committees, which we will just acknowledge. The first one is from the Select Committee on Natural Resources in support of the $11 million for invasive species unrelated to wildfire restoration. And then there is a letter from the TRW Committee, and they are requesting funding for reduced price licenses in the Game and Fish program. That was cut during the most recent round of budget reductions. And finally, this evening, we will also share a short memo prepared by Tanya Heitrick on Senator Driscoll's inquiry regarding the K-12 demolition and a little bit more color on the pre-1997 versus post-1997 and what the commission requirements are. With that, Mr. Chairman, we have requested that the lunches tomorrow be prepared so that you can grab them before lunch and that you could travel with them should you conclude early.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Please.
Item 58, consider draft legislation. We polished all that off, correct?
Mr. Chairman, we don't have any before you.
Okay.
There are questions, I guess, bills that you could consider. For example, let me mention three. Number one, the Select Committee on School Facilities, which presented today via Chairman Brown. They have draft legislation for the presentation of Agency 27. That's the Gillette High School, the component projects. Number two, there is a opportunity for this committee to modify the local government direct distribution. We've had no request to do so, but that would be another discrete interim piece of legislation. And then finally, on the state construction, that is also separate from the budget bill, or can be separate from the budget bill, recommended to be separate from the budget bill. And the new committee in January can address that. You could choose not to have a bill at all, or this committee could provide comment.
Okay.
Okay, with that, we'll stand in recess till 8 o'clock.
Big D's 4-wheel drive.